flippers up.
Okay, good evening and welcome to the proposed 2025 City of Findlay operating budget hearing. This evening we will hear from our mayor, from our auditor, and from all the department heads. And at this point in time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Mayor Murin, and she will start this evening's meeting with some comments. Mayor?
I am actually appreciate everybody taking the time. The auditor has a couple of things he wants to address, and then I'll give my opening remarks. So Auditor Stashak, the floor is yours.
Hey, just a second, Jim. I meant to say this evening, absence are Brian Bauman, Mr. Palmer, and Ms. Warnicki. Mr. Palmer and Mr. Bauman are ill and cannot attend, and Ms. Warnicki is out of town. I'll leave it up to council. Mr. Russell,
Move to excuse.
second, Mr. Hellman. All those in favor of excusing the three council persons, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? They are excused. All right, Jim, sorry for the interruption.
No problem. I appreciate the opportunity to start with a few words. First off, I want to say if I had a 30-year pin, we'd be presenting it to Ginger tonight. It's my understanding this is her 30th budget. Now she's mad at me. Now she's mad at me. A lot of experience, and I can't compliment our deputy auditor enough with the things she does, and you folks I know all know and appreciate her and the administration and the things that they do. She's probably the best deputy auditor in the state of Ohio, and I'd put her up against anybody. This is kind of a special moment for us as well, in the sense that you folks have an opportunity here that in Ginger's 30-year career she's never seen. And that is, in the past, we have seen good times come. We've seen windfalls like we've seen in the last 3 years, not to the amounts that we've seen in the last 3 years, but huge amounts of money have come into the city. And then we've also seen, in times, expenses catch up with revenues and things get a little bit tougher. All the work that we've been doing over the last 10 plus years, 12 years, has built to this point where we certainly have a budget which is going to present some expense challenges, some ideas that you have to look at. And one thing I want to say is I don't want the administration to be on defensive. They're here to do a certain job. They're here to promote things the way they want them done. They're here to run the operations of the city and invest in the capital with your guidance and your funding, which is certainly council's job and purvey. This is the first time an administration and a council, to my knowledge, has a 2-year look ahead at what may be coming at us. It doesn't mean it's going to come at us, but certainly our expenses at this point, as proposed, are growing faster than our revenues. So we have a fully reserved city. We have a fully reserved self-insurance fund. We have a fully filled rainy day fund. And we have full coverage of our severance obligations, or excuse me, our payouts, severance payouts, retirement payouts over the next year. So you couldn't be looking at a challenging budget period over the next 2 to 5 years in a better position. So you have, through your support for changing some of these policies that we have in place, some of these things we're doing, bought yourselves, the administration, and the city, the taxpayers as a whole, time. In my estimate, 1.5 to 2 years of time to follow those revenues and see if they keep up with these expenses, or to make adjustments along the way without incurring great frustration. I compare what's happening today, what we're seeing today in this proposed budget, to what happened in 2005 and what happened in 2009. The difference was, in 2009, for example, there was no time. The city passed a temporary income tax for 3 years, and the community said that is not going to become permanent and the city had to institutionalize some changes in operations and move forward. And it did wonderfully. It got us to this point in time. Ups and downs are natural. So again, I don't want anybody defensive. I don't want anybody too negative. I want us to look at this as an opportunity to actually relish the benefit that we have of the look forward. And if you look at the sheets I gave you today, this is the updated letter. I had not included the $2.5 million flood request in the general fund summary, the chart. So it shows that our ending projected fund balance will be about $21.2 million ending this year. And as you go through the second year, when you look at the numbers as presented to my office, we're looking at an ending projected cash balance, should this budget bear out, which it may or may not, of about $9.4 million, which is about $1.5 million below your minimum reserve requirement, based again on the second year of the budget that's provided. So we're getting an early look that we may have to dip into our reserves in year 2 of this budget. And again, we might not, but as presented, it looks like we might have to. You just don't know for sure. The second thing I've done here that I wanted to take a minute and discuss in this letter, and I won't read it word for word, I've included some items I really feel as your fiscal officer you need to think about as you're reviewing this budget and listening to what the administration and your departments are bringing to you. And that is, one, I truly believe not only should it be determined if this is truly a structural imbalance, I really think you need to put together and adopt a policy, a resolution of what you want a 3 to 5 year forecast to look like for council, so that when you guys are considering these expenses long term, when during the course of the year there are requests that come in that weren't budgeted for $50,000 or $100,000 or $200,000, much like the request for the buses the other day, you can look at the impact on your own forecast, so you guys have relative confidence. And in that forecast, then you can determine, hey, what growth rate do we want to use? What inflation rate do we want to use? It's not very complicated to do. The administration has some projections. I have some projections. If council, through their committee structure, wants to do that, I'm sure we can come to consensus relatively quickly and put something together. Also, I'd like to see that it be considered when we do the capital planning that if income tax is right, the income tax projections in this budget that I use, the revenue budget that I'm responsible for, those numbers came from income tax. I didn't change them, but with some minor tweaks. If that's the case, we need to make sure that when you set aside that 20% for capital improvements, that it's enough. I can't say that it is or isn't. Again, the administration is responsible for their proposed capital spending, but you need to take a look at that and make sure that that's enough going into the future over that 5-year capital plan. The other thing is, in terms of the impact of the deviation from the wage formula, you're going to see the impact of that here. That's really the main reason you see this change in the ratio between the growth of expenses and the growth of revenues. That and the windfalls are gone, and you're seeing that. You're seeing the first hint that the windfalls are gone and that we're going to normalize in the fact that you're about to approve a $2.8 million income tax refund this year. That's normal business. That could happen. That could have happened in any year other than years when we did the deferrals. So that's nothing to be concerned about. Consider it part of the business. All that means is money that came in last year that made the income look better wasn't real income because we're giving it back, but we're giving it back in the next budget year. I still, and I won't belabor the comment, but I still think we need as a city to focus on the type of economic development we have and that it is sustainable and that the type of jobs we're bringing in allow at the 1% us to grow our revenues the way we need to see them grow. On average, prior to those huge windfalls coming in, your income tax growth rate was less than 2% per year. So anytime your expenses grow greater than 2% per year as compared to an average, you're risking becoming imbalanced with the structure of your budget. A couple other things to note, your swimming pool operational costs. Again, I'd encourage you to review that. We share in losses. We don't share in profit years. So in essence, you're funding an organization that is not a city organization, and I really think you need to take a look at that and adopt some type of policy for that. The airport, I'll note, there's no subsidy this year in this budget, but that's because there was a large contribution from the general fund late in the year. So, and I don't know if you remember my words. I said it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You'll either pay out of the general fund for this fuel that we did a few weeks ago, or we'll subsidize them in the first of the year. It didn't matter either way, but the net result of that funding him in 24 was an exceptionally large subsidy in 24 and no subsidy in 25. So that's why there's no subsidy in the airport. And then I'm very concerned, and we mentioned it, and a couple of you members took it on. We really need, as part of our capital planning, to start to consider what the long-term cost of the TAP program is, the Transportation Alternative Program. In other words, you have a 60-foot wide right-of-way. Now you're not just putting roads and curbs and sidewalks in it. You're putting bicycle paths. You're putting bridges. You're putting a lot of infrastructure into that we don't have long-term projections for maintaining. And I'm going to encourage you to look at that and make sure you're getting a handle of that. We still don't have a policy for when we should and shouldn't pursue grant dollars. It's best practices are that the legislative authority adopt a policy when they want them pursued and when they don't, because of the hooks into the community. ARPA is a great example. Those hooks go for years. So we have to make sure as we close this year that every single dollar of that ARPA money is accounted for correctly. And Ginger has very detailed, very thick files that she keeps so that we pass audit, and people who come after us, because we're not going to be here when that audit period expires. So there's never a clawback on that money to us. But should those grants be taken based on that stuff? And then lastly, this is a great opportunity to talk about contingency planning. You've got a request for a pay ordinance. You just passed union agreements. I'll note just for the record, there is one thing in the union agreements where one of them is 4 years, not 3 years. And we probably need to reconcile that, and that may just be an MOU. But I'm assuming they're 3 years all along. We've got a lot of other things going on, but it's time to do some contingency planning. Again, not something cast in concrete, but should these revenues continue to grow slow, what are your priorities? In other words, how will you manage those funds as we approach minimum reserve? So technically, by your resolution, we could only adopt 1 year of this budget. But if you look at the second year, where we're looking at projected to end 9.4 and our minimum reserve is 10.9, in theory, as part of this budget, there should be some discussion, or relatively quickly after the budget's adopted, there should be some discussion as to what is our contingency plan? How are we going to recapture that reserve in year 2 if the projections bear out true? And to give you an idea on the projections, in your 2024 budget book, last year's budget book, I projected at the beginning you were going to start 2025 with 23 million and change. You're starting it with 21 million and change. The only difference is the $2 million flood appropriation under consideration for your next meeting. So we were dead on in terms of the numbers, where we were going, and what we expected you to have going into this year. So with that in mind, both on the administrative side and on our side, I'm very comfortable that you're looking at realistic numbers. You're looking at what may be coming at you, and by working through those contingency plans and doing what you need to do, ultimately you can protect the taxpayer and the city from any unnecessary stress. And the last thought I'll leave you with is something I tell every employee when they ask me how we're doing money-wise. And I've been doing this for years. And I get the question, not weekly anymore, but very regularly. At least once a month I get a question, how are we doing on the money, Jim? And I tell employees, I say, if we're doing our job, you're going home at night, you're enjoying your family, you're doing the things in the community you like to do, whether it be your church or your friends or your neighborhood. And what we're doing is making sure that you don't have to worry about whether or not there's a position for you when things turn, when we're managing this budget. That's our job. Because if you're worrying about that, if you're worrying about whether or not you're going to have a job, then we haven't done our jobs over here. And I think that's what we need to stand by. And these things I'm sharing with you are things I think you need to consider to make sure we can continue to say that to our people. So thank you for those words. Good luck to the administration tonight, and we'll look forward to hearing what they have to say.
Thank you for your comments, Jim. Mayor?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Auditor Stashak, for reviewing your letter with us. So just a couple of items. pretty standard that we share with you on an annual basis. Here is showing the blue is the withholding income tax over the years. So continue to see a slight increase. Individuals pretty steady. As has been discussed, obviously with the removal of the deferral process, we've saw a couple of really strong years. That'll even back out. However, a continued trend line to the good, which we've seen. In a similar vein, looking at our expense budget for actual spend. So this is something, this is probably since the entire time I've been here and before I became mayor, the city administration has presented a deficit budget and then throughout the year managed the expenses to be able to either break even or the last couple of years given back revenue to the general fund, which is how we've built up the general fund unappropriated balance. So the blue line is the general fund operating expense budget original, so the one that is presented and adopted. The orange is showing the actual expense, and the gray is showing the capital appropriation. So you can see obviously 22, 23, we had a lot more capital expenditures, largely through the ARPA funds, but our operating budget has been under budget consistently, and again, continuing to work with our departments, projecting out how we would continue to manage that to come under budget. One thing I want to point out here, you'll see the large jump in the actual expense from 23 to 24. There's a couple of things that our departments will hit on. Some of that was operating expense for the Axon body cameras became an operating budget line item versus a capital item, as well as in public works, the street preventative maintenance and R&M was all moved from a capital expense into the operating budget, and that's how it has presented moving forward. So those are a couple of items that were requested by the auditor's office to do them in a different way, which is fine, but it obviously changes where those were previously coming out of capital, they're now being attributed to the general fund, and you see that in the 2025 budget as well. The next item is revenue versus actual. Again, we saw those strong years. Things normalizing a little bit, but the overall trend line is what I want to draw your attention to. We're looking at just a linear trend line overall, the revenue and kind of expected revenues, as well as it kind of is consistent with the expense. Again, we recognize that the budget before you is a larger deficit than we have had in the last couple of years. That is primarily related to the investment in our wage increase. When we did the wage study, both on the service and side as well as safety side, and service, for example, on average against Tiffin, Ohio, our employees were making $3 less an hour than Tiffin employees. On the high end, we were closer to $8 less. And so we definitely had some discrepancies. Similar if we looked at Lima, similar comparison, and then we looked at 6 other different communities that had varying differences from our communities. Those were the most representative. We're still trying to get some additional data from other comparable cities, but they didn't always, everybody share that information. So with that, we have laid out, when we go through this process, obviously the administration looks at these numbers constantly. This is our job. I'm a finance person. I probably look at them more than I should sometimes because I drive Rob and Jeremy crazy as we look at it. We understand, the idea that I used to do forecasts all the time. That was my job, doing performas for hospital programs, and I would love to sit in front of you and give you a 3 or 5 year or 10-year performa, but recognizing that sometimes the way that we have been managing the departments, and we work to manage our expenses to adjust to revenues to be able to accomplish the things we want to accomplish. If we did that, it would paint a more negative picture, obviously, just as we see with the 2-year revenue outlook. You're right. If we don't do our job, we're going to be in a more challenging position. But that is the responsibility that we have. That's what our departments understand. And you'll see even in your budget this year, some adjustments to try to accommodate. But we don't want, folks, I appreciate the historical comparison. To be very clear, there's no discussions or the necessity for temporary income tax increase, anything like that. So with that, because we're already behind schedule, and I know it's going to be a long evening. Yeah, Councilwoman Frischi?
Just a quick question on that first slide on revenue, yes. Is it broken down by business? So
Yes.
What are we projecting for the next 2 years on business income? Is that
So if you
I
look
can't
on the I
focus.
don't have, oh, that's 6.2 million.
6.2?
Mm-hmm. Yep, and in the revenue sheets on the income tax withholding business individual, those are all broken out and consistent. That's what we pulled them from.
So that's pretty high. So we think we have something happening there.
I think we've continued to see business returns grow across the board. Though we saw some spikes from a couple of individual businesses, we've also seen pretty good growth. And so that is what we believe is feasible and I think continues to be conservative. And one thing I want to point out, the other thing, that isn't budgeted and it shouldn't be budgeted, but that we have been able to take advantage of is there are a couple of different tax revenue lines that you'll see in there that are lower than kind of previous years. The interest rate revenue is much lower than in the last couple of years. Recognizing interest rates are coming down, I think that's pretty conservative, understand, and then obviously bringing in grants. For example, the police department has over $100,000 in overtime expense that they receive an annual AFG grant for. Well, we don't budget a grant, even though it is an annual grant that as long as you apply for and qualify for, you receive, that will help offset. So those are different little things that we're able to, not AFG, that's the fire part. There is a police one as well, sorry. But each of those departments, they have their individual programs that we're able to take advantage of. So, all right, with that, we're gonna start off, and I apologize because you're gonna have a little bit of paper shuffling. We're gonna do civil service and human resources together. Amy Hazlitt is here to present, as well as Civil Service Commission Representatives Tom Kemp and Jeff Ford. I don't know if you guys are coming up to join. All right, all Amy, but we appreciate you gentlemen being here. I was looking forward to some great, comedic action. Amy, come on forward, introduce yourself, and we will pull up your budget
Hey,
summary sheet
Mayor.
if I give this back.
Hey, Mayor,
Yeah,
Could we talk about the overall budget before we start digging into the details a little bit?
yeah.
Hey, you might as well sit back down. This might take.
Sorry, I apologize. I'm
To be honest
trying
with
to
you,
get there, but
I wish we had an hour to, but.
Okay.
You want to start?
go ahead.
Okay, so here's my concern. So you have your proposed expenses at 41 million and your revenues at 35. So there's a $5.8 million difference, which is 16.2%. So we always said, we turned back 7.5% to 8%. But that only gets us halfway. That's concerning. That's a 16% is a big gap between revenue and expenses. So I don't know. I mean, that's concerning.
Yes, yep, and like we shared, we understand it's a big increase and a big change, but we are a service organization. As we look at making sure that we retain top talent and are able to manage it, it's one of those things that we have to balance both. We recognize this is a big change. I think some of the things that aren't built into your budget, but that we talk to our departments about, is that we also know that in the next couple of years, we have a more mature workforce. We're going to be losing some of our high talent, top talent. When you're able to replace folks, you replace in typically at lower pay rates, so that we believe that there will be some cost savings through attrition. That is not built in because we're not trying to make any, we got to kind of manage that as we go. Additionally, some of the capital expenses that we previously had attributed are now being in our operating budget. So I think that we just had that experience in 2024, the first year that was done. We're still budgeting that in the same way in 2025. I think in 2026, as we look at it, if there are additional things that we previously paid out of capital that aren't going to be paid out of capital, we may look to adjust the capital ratio to help offset that, to cover the expense that, previously is kind of in a capital asset. But you're correct. Yes, it is. When we look at, obviously we had a couple of large expenses right at the end of the year with $3 million income tax refund and the $2.2 million additional appropriation to flood mitigation. Our return this year is going to be a bit slimmer. However, we do feel that our departments are on track to return a little bit more to still add back to the general fund unappropriated balance. As we carry forward, if we do that, then it is, again, we're kind of managing and shrinking that down. If revenues start coming in real crazy, our teams are going to have to adjust, and we'll have to work through that.
So you think you can cover the 16.2% then?
I think we'll be pretty
Yeah.
close. We definitely are prepared for us to dip into the reserves that we build up. And in some opinion, I think that we've kind of built the reserves over the last couple of years because we haven't been appropriately compensating people. So I think that when we're looking at it, that's something that we're going to have to work through. Yeah, Councilman Bobster and then Frischie.
Oh, okay.
Oh, go ahead, Holly.
Well, he just touched on the capital and meeting that. You said some of the expenditures are moving over to general. How do you propose to adjust that? Because don't we have a minimum that we have to, a percentage that we have to maintain on our capital? I mean, are you saying you want that to go down if we're gonna have more stuff being paid out of the general? I guess that's what I kind of
Yeah,
heard.
so on an annual basis, kind of at that mid-year budget review hearing, the auditor always asks, when we're looking at the budget, we're gonna assume a 20% allocation of revenue off the top to capital improvements and 80% allocation to general fund. That's what we have consistently done the last couple of years. That is what was proposed in 2025. What I'm saying is that because we do have a number of expenses that historically have been taken out of capital that are no longer being taken out of capital, as we look at the finances the next couple of years, if we start seeing that that becomes a challenge point, council could adjust the capital amount. Now, I'm not proposing that because I think we need to continue to maintain and stay up on the capital investments. And I, again, trust us to be able to continue to leverage different grant funds as well as manage the operating budget, where we'll be able to continue to march forward with the same distribution. At some point, again, I think there's a couple of things that hopefully our income tax will grow significantly over the next couple of years, but there's nothing definitive at this point in time. I think then we can continue to march forward, and at some point I'd like to increase the capital investment further, but having a capital allocation with no employees that have the skills to be able to complete the work doesn't do us any good.
I just don't think we can decrease that 20%. I thought we had to have a minimum.
No.
No.
No?
We
don't
always
have to.
choose that, but I would agree with you, Holly. I think 20%.
We gotta
We've actually
maintain
talked
that.
about trying to increase it, and Jeremy always tells me he couldn't spend enough. But
I'm sure you
It is hard with state force account limitations.
I mean, it gets tough after a while to get all the projects done. So no, I think we need to leave it at 20%. I would go, Holly, are you?
I'm done.
Thank you. I'll go back to kind of the same comments that Dan had. I'm concerned about the imbalance also, and the fact that we're $1.5 million into our cash reserve at the end of the second year, and hoping for a lot of things to happen, right? I've always struggled with the budgeting process that you all put forward. You know that. I have this conversation every year. To me, it's more like we're not budgeting. We can't budget, so we just pad it and hope for the best. You've always done well. Was it, Rob? 7.8 to 8%, right? Every year. But the one thing that we do know with the economy is that we always lag the economy by a year or so, year and a half. We're not there yet. The economy had a bad year. We haven't felt that yet, but that should be coming at us because our revenues are always in arrears. So I don't see that our income is going to increase unless we've got large amounts of people coming into town that I'm not aware of. So I don't see that big increase coming. Mayor, I agree with you. The wage increase is our biggest increase. That's not going down. That will only continue to increase. With where we're at, we've raised the base level. It will now go up even faster than it did before, which is fine. I'm good with that because you're correct. We need to pay our people so that we can retain them and hopefully get more people in at the right time. I would propose, honestly, what I don't want to do, as Dan mentioned, I don't want to dig into every little nook and cranny of your budget. That's not our job. I'm looking forward to hearing all the things that the bigger projects that we want to work on. But what I would suggest that council consider is if we think we're going to return another 8% in 25, let's take that 8% and cut it in half. go to 4. Cut your budget by 4%. That 4% gives us 1.7 million back. At the end of the 2 years, then we're actually still above our estimated cash balance that we need, our reserve, because we're at 1.4 now. That would put us 300,000 over. We're not in the hole, because everybody knows, if you're not familiar, if we do go into that cash balance or into the reserve balance, we have to note how we're going to get out of it, right, Mayor? We have to have an ordinance that says we're going to pay it back in this amount of time, and this is where it's coming from. You can't just go digging into that. That's why it's there. So I would suggest that we ask the administration to go back, cut their budget by 4%, get us back to a balanced or something that's not into our cash reserve in the second year. And that way we can feel good about the pay ordinance that's coming up for the third reading next Tuesday, because we'll know that'll be covered, and we'll have to pull that 4% from other places in the budget. That would be my suggestion to council.
So, I agree with the approach. I guess, as part of like we're kind of like the board of directors and you're the CEO. I love the parade of champions coming through, but I don't need that detail. I think that's your job let's give you the overall budget and adjourn this meeting, honestly. That's what I would do. I think this is your job. I mean, I love hearing the stories, and I like to get to meet the people, and it's good. But
You can read the reports.
but really, I think how you balance your budget and how you spend. I mean,
I'm surprised that people here didn't cheer. I think I heard cheering.
but I just think that's our CEO's job and our service director, and I think. But
Rishi?
So I was kind of thinking on the same lines of doing a cut. I was thinking 3.5%, 4% as well. So I think that is a smart conversation that we're having that'll help us in the overall budget. I do think it's important to hear our departments review, because when we're getting ready to do capital spending or know what's happening on the streets, what's happening with safety services, we approved a fire and police union contracts, but again, I'm still fighting that we need to increase our public safety staffing numbers, and we still have to figure out how to get to that number on top of it, because we haven't done that for decades. So I think do we need to get to the nitty gritty of all these fine line items?
Yeah, right.
No, but I think we need to kind of get an overall approach of what they're looking at in their departments for the year, just to have a feel for things as we go into the next calendar year. But I was thinking 3.5%, 4%.
Mr. Martin?
So I appreciate the comments and where we're trying to get here. When we do the budget, we look at the history of what happens, the projections versus actual performances. That's how you budget, right? And you look at it, make some assumptions, and you go through the minutia of it. The reality of it is, we actually have under projections year over year. Now, however they come up and the assumptions made, I'm not going to challenge that. But if you look at the history of performance, we are modest in our projections of revenue, and that's a good thing. Because we don't want to say, hey, we're going to make X, and then next thing you know, we don't accomplish that, then we're in a different situation. Typically, budget a little high in your expenses to plan accordingly, and then budget, and then actually spend diligently, and that's how our department heads do it. That's why you see that 7% come back year over year. And then when we have our revenue projections, we're basing our expense budget on income tax only, and they are traditionally modest. So I would challenge or ask, if you're looking at a 4%, make that assumption that because of the 7.5, 8 that we actually take off the expense side, let's make the assumption that when they do the math on the other side, we're actually going to have 4% revenue more than what's being projected, because I can go back over the last 10 years or more and see that coming in. We're outperforming our projections on the revenue. So we actually
By
add,
what percent? What, is that,
it tail whips. I mean, there's some years because of the windfalls and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
So, but it's pretty consistent.
is it?
So if we could actually have that 4% on the projection side added to the revenue, and we march through and let us do our job to manage this as we march through the year, I think we're gonna be fine. Now, will we go into the cash? I'm sorry.
No, right.
Now, may we get into the unencumbered cash balance? A little, maybe. But we anticipated that, and we also understand, that's why we have it. But the projection of, at the end of year 2 being at 9 million, no. I firmly believe that's not the case. Some of the, and again, the reason why the why behind I don't believe that is, when we talked about the 26 budget, for instance, we've talked about public safety, adding individuals, right? We're making that move. You're gonna hear about what we're doing in 25 with adding some patrolmen and with some retirements and so forth. I don't wanna steal Chief's thunder. But in 26, for you all to see what that would look like based on the projections and the wage adjustments we've made, there are 5 additional police officers in 26. So you would actually, okay, if we want, that's what it's gonna look like for the city budget if we all feel and agree that we need that. So there's some things like that that are in there, placeholders to let you see what the impact would be on the budget. So I just wanted to say, if we're willing to look at cutting 4% based on our assumption on management, I would really strongly encourage you to let us do our job and let's assume the 4% on the revenue side. And it's the same thing.
Mr. Wobser.
It's all right. Rob, I totally agree with you. We are good fiscal conservatives. We tend to be very conservative in our revenue, but there's an easy fix to that. We still budget it at 4%. If you need the money, and we've got the money, we see that that is holding true, that we're having a 4%, whatever it is this year, and it's coming at us, and we've got extra cash. All you do is come to appropriations and leave a cookie at the door, and we'll give you more money if we've got it. But that's the thing. This, to me, is that pivotal type of year where we don't take things for granted, because we're looking at red numbers that we've not seen, at least not in my time frame being here, and that's only a decade. And it's concerning. So why not just fall back, do things like they used to do in the old days, which was budget to your number, and if you need something else, a truck falls apart, the axle falls off a truck, never forget that story. Come to us, we've got the money, appropriations will get it, and we're on our way. Versus just having this money sitting there hoping that we'll ultimately give it back to the general fund.
The other thing about. Go ahead, Molly.
Councilwoman Frisch, she had her hand up first, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I guess, I'm echoing Jeff on this one, but I still go back to that business collection number has me concerned, which is, a big reason to dial back our percentage overall on the budget, because 6 million on business when we lost Cooper, Marathon Speedway sale, we had a bunch of things going on, and I don't know that I see those bigger dollar paying jobs coming in yet. Now, if there is something happening, I think it's worth a conversation for council to be on that page to understand that number. But I'm having problems swallowing that one.
So again, 2024 is, because that's what we're seeing across all of our businesses. We will start to see some Sheets hires at that time. They're putting together their administrative team already. So we'll see some impact from that. Cooper, yes, we lost some positions, but obviously still here and operating, et cetera. And then Speedway sale, that obviously we saw the benefit of that, and you can see the significant change. So I understand the concerns. Again, I kind of, just to reiterate what Mr. Martin said, if we say, hey, with revenue, grant, all these different things, we're up about 4%. I think the average is about 8%. And then we manage down to about 7%. That's that break even. Am I going to sit here and bash my head into a wall trying to convince you that, no, we can't manage, and then come back to you in the middle of the year? No, that's a change in process. We would have to obviously work with all the departments to figure out how we change that and the headache and track it. But obviously, like you said, we're the administration. It's our responsibility to manage that and operate within the guidelines that you as the board of directors provide related to legislative authority and appropriating authority. So
But the amount that we're asking for, though, Mayor, you wouldn't even have to come back to us. You still got a 4% cushion,
hopefully
given
that
history.
that would
so
be, yeah.
there's
So-
really, to me, you still got 4% to play with for, whatever comes up.
I know.
It's just
All
not
I'm
that big
saying
number
is
that
each
sitting
of our
there.
departments have to go through and figure out what their expectation is on where that's going to come from. It's different in
Understood.
determining the individual line items versus a general maintenance throughout the year. If it's okay with you guys, let's start going through the individual department spreadsheets. Everybody can think on it, and then we can reevaluate the conversation. Couple of housekeeping notes, please get up and do whatever you need to do. There is boxed dinners and water in there if you need something. With that, Amy, for real this time.
Hello, I will try to take. Red lights on. I'll try to make this brief per your your requests here. I'm Amy Hazlett. I'm the administrative assistant for the Civil Service Department. There's myself and 3 Civil Service Commission members. Jeff Fort is the chairman, Chuck Clapper is the vice chairman, and Tom Kemp is the civil service member. We have Jeff Fort and Tom Kemp here. Chuck Clapper was unable to join us. The Civil Service Department, I just want to share a couple things. The main chunk of our budget, outside of the personal services, so that's like salary, wages, stuff like that, 36% goes to paying for pre-employment screenings, which are the physicals and psych evaluations for police, fire, and dispatch. The second largest chunk of our budget, 27%, is for computer services. 18% does our professional services, which is our promotional testing, and the rest is made up of various things. This last year, we gave 13 exams, which resulted in filling 21 open positions in the city. That's probably a big highlight. Next year, we're going to continue to work with the Business Advisory Council that we've been a part of to get in the schools and try to educate and inform all our students about the city careers and employment, so we can continue working on recruitment. Any questions? Great.
Do all city employees take the test?
No.
Who?
I'll give you the really short answer, okay? Because I could talk for 45 minutes if you wanted. So, when you come in and you're hired in the city, there are civil service positions and non-civil service. Civil service positions are broken down into tested and non-tested per certain requirements. Only the tested positions have to take the test.
And who are they? Is it
We
firemen?
have 20 tested positions. Fire, police, there's people at the airport, at the water, at sewer, in public works. Every
Okay,
department has
good.
some.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Correct.
Amy, do you want to hit just, and actually we really high level
Highlights
human
of
resource.
HR. Okay. Hi, I'm Amy, acting director for HR. No, I'm kidding. So the highlights. One of the main things we did was establish an employee retention group. This group drove the pay study. The pay study drove the request for the pay wage increase. It is vital.
Thank you.
That's the
And
highlights.
again, we've tried to reiterate to the team, you guys know how to read, so read
Yeah.
your budget summary sheets. We
Please
don't need
do.
them to all go through it again. Any questions for Amy? Yes, Mr. Russell?
Sorry.
Yo, you're okay.
Take 4% out of your HR budget. Where does it come from? I pegged that about $10,000.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would imagine
I
that your payroll, your personal services is going to be pretty steady. So
Yeah.
you're taking 10,000 out of the other line.
Yeah, you're taking. If I had to take 4% just out of my budget period in HR, I would unfortunately have to pull it from personal development and professional development. That's training, and I think you're in a slippery slope if you start pulling funding from training, because then you're going to reach a point where all your employees with lack of training, you're going to decrease your risk mitigation and actually increase your risk. You're talking liability, and so. I could do it, but you just have to play which one's the most necessary this year.
And one point I would make, if council chooses to move forward with the request that we cut 4%, it's not going to be probably consistent across the departments.
Correct.
Amy's department already has a very lean budget. We would look for other ways to mitigate. Yes, Councilwoman Freed?
These numbers include the salary pay ordinance and the overload.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Because some
Yep.
of them are inflated more, it seems, than just.
So it's going to depend. Yeah, well, obviously, we had some change in staff with not having Dawn. We've budgeted a lower overall compensation package for a new hire, so that there are some changes there.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you.
All right, next, law, thank you, gentlemen, appreciate your time. Law Director. Oh, Dawn's behind me.
What page is that?
We do not have a budget summary for Law Director in the budget book.
We don't make any money anyway, so.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
This is the budget, and we're a factory that basically does the same thing every day. That's municipal court.
I was gonna say, we don't have anything
don't?
for you.
I'm
No,
prepping for the next one, I apologize.
I studied all day for this.
yeah, it's page 8. Yeah, we don't have a specific summary, but if you just wanna hit on some of the highlights of the budget, I think I don't think there's really any changes. It's staff compensation, wages, and then outside litigation, so there's not really any changes. Yeah,
On the legal side, though, with outside legal, are we coming to an end, or, because we did, I don't want to say subsidize, but we also had additional beyond the 237. So are we thinking that 200,000 for next year is going to be the light at the end of the tunnel, or are we still forecasting that to be quite a bit more?
I can speak as, on that. We are at the light at the end of the tunnel, hopefully. We don't have control over that. I think council's quite aware of some of the cases the city's dealing with. They are all at what are called dispositive motion stages, waiting for Judge Routson to issue some decisions that he has before him on his, whatever schedule he is going to use. Obviously, he is done at the end of the year. The Ohio Supreme Court just handed down a decision on one. There is no appeal process to that. And of the cases we're concerned about, they are all at a stage where, without doing a whole lot more work, we're waiting just on judges. So the light at the tunnel is there, but you just never know. And when you lose, you can always appeal. And then when you appeal, it's not as expensive as the first go-around. So it's just one of those unfortunate things that that's what affects the law director's budget, is what's going to happen next year? Who are we going to see? What's going to happen? And these are all cases where outside counsel is necessary, if not mandatory. So we just do our best and keep trucking along. And when these things can have their pass, then those more expensive fees should be history, I hope.
Sure.
And I would say one thing, everybody's talking about cutting certain things. You know, on the prosecutor side, the assistant side, where I'm involved on a daily basis, we've canceled books, we've canceled manuals. We haven't been members of the Municipal Attorneys League for years. We don't pay, the city doesn't pay for our continuing legal education. We used to go on overnights and use city vehicles and did all that stuff years ago when I first started in 1999. Those days have long been gone. You know, this office, as far as I've always been told, going back to the days of Dave Hackenberg, is we run a skinny operation. It pretty much stays the same, except for salaries that change over the years and those kind of things, and that's it. We just don't have a whole lot going on. So we try to keep it that way.
And you're in the law director budget, you're not in the municipal court side?
No, we are this is all law director for Don Rasmussen, the law director, and then 4 assistants. It's the whole thing. So.
very good. Thank you. All right, HRPC, Matt Cordonier.
page are we on here?
That handout that he just gave us.
Regional planning does not have a slide. Matt Credonier, Director of Hancock Regional Planning Commission. We provide planning, zoning, and grant writing services to the city of Findlay and Hancock County. Our request is $138,000, which is the same as I believe it's been the last 2 years. In the packet of information, we're a little unique in which a third of our funding comes from the county, a third of our funding comes from the city, and a third of our funding comes from outside sources. When we're successful getting grants, there's always a small percentage of administration, and so that's kind of a breakdown of our budget, how we're funded. Within this packet of information, it kind of outlines all the different grants that we've gotten for the city in the last year. And it also goes through kind of our daily operations, the things that we're in charge of. So at your leisure, you can review that. Are there any questions? Yes.
What are you projecting on grants for next year? I mean, if you get like what, 7% is kind of like your commission-y part of give back. So do we have more projects?
For our grant and it's a little tricky because grants, you know, a 2023 grant, we might draw the admin in 25, but our grant administration, we're projecting. We received 162,000 last year. I think we're projecting about the same or a little more next year.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. Any, well,
I'm sorry,
Wilkie?
Matt, real quick.
Yeah.
You said your request from us is the same as it's always been?
Yes.
138,000. So that hasn't gone up or down?
I think this is the third year in a row.
Okay.
Don't-
So just a
Yeah.
odd, obviously your salaries are continuing to increase. Is that coming from the county side on your funding? Where does the increases are coming from? You're not getting it from us, obviously.
Increase, you know, with increase in grant administration, we also have the ability, we have carryover funds. So we try to keep a balance rather than asking for 50,000 one year and 250,000 the next. We try to keep it real even keel and kind of behind the scenes, just balance things out.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
You know, I was expecting the court team to stand out in the hallway until I said it was your turn, and then, you know, all rise and the whole spiel. It seemed like what you were expecting. Judges and court team, if you guys could come forward, you are up.
Where are we at on this one?
They do have a presentation that's going to be
We do. It's our second attempt at it. Hopefully it's a little bit, yeah, hopefully the glitches were worked out from last year's failed attempt.
all right, team. If there are slides up for Judge Bishop, go ahead. They're a
All
little slow.
right, good evening. We thought before getting into the 2025 budget, we'd give you some 2024 highlights. 2024, we decided to take some opportunities to give back to the community. So we did participate in both the spring and fall days of caring through the United Way. The spring days of caring, our team provided some very positive feedback, as well as the different agency partners that we participated with. So we did ask for volunteers from our staff to participate in the fall days of caring. And I will say, other than a few individuals who had some medical issues that they weren't able to assist, everybody did offer to volunteer to do that. So I think that says a lot about the team that we have and their willingness to give back to the community. So we were happy to provide that, that assistance to the community and United Way. And then at the end of last year, a teacher from Liberty Benton asked if we had anybody that would be interested in assisting with the Amazing Shake. If anybody isn't aware of what that is, it's an opportunity for young students to prepare for professional careers by teaching them manners, discipline, respect, and professional conduct. We ended up having 4 individuals who assisted with that throughout the competition. And then we're happy to host the final competition at Findlay Municipal Court, where they were able to engage with our staff and provide their final presentations. I will say it was pretty impressive what these 4th graders presented and the manners that they did show, and just the opportunity that we had to observe them. And it certainly gave us some hope for our future and the children that are in the community. So I'd encourage anybody, if they have the opportunity to participate or watch, to do so. It was certainly impressive. We also had some renovations this year. I think where's Candace? Candace is gonna go through some of the court improvements.
So we did a remodel of the second floor this year. It was all for security enhancements. So we did some soundproofing of some walls for privileged communications. We added an office, and then we were also able to put in a wall to block the public from being able to see into the judges' chambers and their offices, which helps with behavior management for security team, because if people are demanding to talk to the judge or wanting to speak to the judge, it can escalate their behavior that they can view them and see them. So that wall was needed. Also, Clerk Eigel, they had public access to her office. She was our only office left that was not entered from a secured location. We had children walk into her office and get on a computer and all different sorts of things. So we were able to provide private access for her to her office. We used our special funds for those renovations, and we also used our court funds for a probation department software upgrade. It's the statewide program, and it is leaps and bounds better than our last probation module that was available to us, just as for maintaining client records and data collection, and just our efficiency in general. We're really happy with it, and it's really popular throughout the state. As you can see, 115 probation departments are utilizing it right now. Heather and I just finished a 6-year accreditation through the National Center for State Courts, which promotes court planning and leadership throughout the nation. And we have 2 more of our court employees that are enrolled in this currently, and one of the earliest graduates was my predecessor, David Beach. Congratulations. Thank you. Keep going. For our interpreter services, we spent over $9,000 in 2024 paying for interpreters at our court. This is a 12% increase from last year. We have many resources available to us now. We have telephone, Zoom, in person. We have sign language. We have document translation. It does not show, the 12% increase in what we're spending does not show how much more we're actually utilizing those services, which is tremendous. We have an interpreter docket now. We had over 300 cases through that arraignment session. We now supervise individuals that speak foreign languages on pretrial and probation. We now have civil cases where people are coming in for evictions and small claims where we're utilizing those services. So not to mention, we're now collecting fines and costs from these individuals and having to meet with them reference payment. So we are utilizing those services a lot more, but I think it speaks to, these are lower level offenses for the most part. We're efficiently moving those cases through our court and utilizing those resources that we have available to us and some of those free services to keep our costs low.
So I'm going to go through some of our caseload and financials. For all of these numbers are January through November for all the years, so it's comparing apples to apples. So for 2024, we're up in traffic cases by 572 cases, which we've had 1,313 people complete our traffic safety program, which is kind of a traffic diversion for minor misdemeanor speeding tickets, just minor stuff that if they take the course and pass it, their case gets dismissed. And then we still keep court costs and send a portion to the agency that cited the person. So that program has been, this is our 3rd year for it, so that's been a well-taken program by the community. Our criminal complaints are down by 406 cases. We're seeing a large decrease. We've got 245 less cases due to the marijuana law changes. So we have seen a decrease in criminal cases because of that. And then it also decreases the paraphernalia, the other stuff that goes along with that, because they're not getting into the cars to do the searches because of the changes in the law. And so total, our traffic and criminal matters are up by 194 cases or 2% from last year. You can change it. Our civil cases are down by 191 cases or 6%. We've seen a pretty large decrease in evictions and small claims cases. Those are down 293 cases. And our civil cases are up, which are contracts, credit card bills, doctor bills. Those are up by 106 cases. Our collection actions, garnishment, bank attachments, debtors exams, those are up by 67 actions or 2%. So for our fines and court cost collections, we are up by 8% over last year, so that's good for the money that we're giving back to the city and the general fund and the state and the county. So you can see that so far for this year, we've returned $1,376,000 back to the city's general fund so far. So our total receipts as of December 1st are 4.8 million. That's across the board. That's what we've collected in judgments, in fines and court costs. So the clerk's office is a very busy office. So for our 2025 budget request, our request is $3 million, which is a 6.84% increase over last year, which, as the slide shows, it's directly related to the proposed salary ordinance and the benefits. So currently we've got 24 employees plus our 2 judges. Our average years of service is 8 years. So most of our employees are already topped out on their salary according to the pay scale. We've got 15 of our 26 employees that all receive longevity. So those are the people that are over 9 years of service. And we've got, out of our 25 eligible employees, all of them take insurance except for 2. So most of our increase is all from our people cost. Our operating costs are up by about, I think the number was $2,000. So our operating costs, we're trying to keep pretty level. We've moved a lot of stuff to be paid out of our court special revenue funds. And as of right now, we're returning about 57,000 surplus from what we budgeted for last year. So the other thing that we've got is the county is responsible for 2/5 of the judges, my salary, our bailiffs, and our 2 magistrates. So they'll reimburse us $316,000 for our wages and benefits. And so for next year's projections, we're projecting disbursements for fines and court costs in excess of 1.67 million that we've collected for fines and court costs.
Was that up? What did you have on that slide before? Was that up from last year? Or for
Yes,
this year?
all of our collections.
That's 2%.
Yes, that's 2%. So for 2024, the large expenses that the court has paid for solely out of our special projects, court computerization, court improvement. So the court funds the security officer, the court pays for their total bill out of our special projects. And we've done so for, ever since the security was set up, the court has paid for that court officer, police officer for the entire building. We also pay for computer services out of our court computerization and electronic imaging. We bought a 2024 Ford Explorer this year and replaced our 2014 Explorer that our probation officer uses and that we take back and forth for training. We also paid for our judicial offices remodel out of court improvement and special projects, and we pay for 2 of our staff members get paid completely out of court funds. We've also paid for the probation department software upgrade, and we also bought 4 body cams for our probation officers that they use when they go on compliance checks, as well as evictions.
Right, over the last year or so, the court decided it was important to develop like a strategic plan for moving forward with the court. So we've taken a number of things into consideration. We've discussed the community's access to justice. Lack of parking has been discussed, equipment replacement, any security and software needs that we may have for in the future. And so for the next couple of years, in 2025, we're hoping to purchase long guns for the probation department. Our probation department is a backup to the security in the building if the Findlay Police Department would be called out of the building, and also just as a backup. So we want to make certain that they have the tools that they need to secure the building. Also, it's been, none of us are certain when the courtroom modifications were done to courtroom 1 and 2, but we're hoping to upgrade our benches to provide some new technology as well as just a facelift to the courtroom. And then in 2026 and 2027, we're looking to replace our case management software. Heather and I have a deal. If I'm willing to move towards a more paperless system, she's willing to move towards a new system. So we're hoping to explore that over the next couple of years. So while we're always trying to look forward and what we may need, there are always things that come up that are out of our control. I'm certain all of you heard that there's a possibility of modifying, the commissioners are possibly going to be modifying the use of the jail. And so certainly if that does occur, with that, again, is out of our control, but that's going to possibly cost us some additional cost, a couple $100,000 a year based on our need to then be transporting individuals back to CCNO, to and from CCNO or other jail housing facilities, depending on that modification, based on extra call-in time for our probation staff, as well as wear and tear on the vehicle and extra fuel. So I'm sure Chief Matthias probably also has some information in regards to that. So, but again, an unexpected cost, but if it happens, then we'll figure out what we need to do to continue to administer justice. So I think that's all we have. Anybody have any questions?
I have a question maybe.
Okay.
I thought it was in the mayor's budget, does the transportation. It was like $1 million something that we were budgeting. That's separate from what you guys do?
So if
for
our,
transporting inmates?
since the jail wing opened back up and they've been taking our defendants, CCNO transports them back and forth because we can book them into the jail until the CCNO bus comes in the morning, and then they're transported to CCNO. Depending on what the modification, if any, looks like to the jail, it's possible that they would not be taking any individuals other than from the sheriff's office arrests. So if we had an individual that was arrested on a compliance check or remanded into custody from the courtroom, then our probation department then would be required to transport them to some jail facility. So
So those are the ones you have cases with, and then the other one is if we pick somebody up and we can't place them there. I can't find the number.
Okay, so the jail may not be able to, depending on what the commissioners decide to do with it, we may not have the option of taking the individual over to the jail, booking them in, and then transferring them in the morning when the CCNO bus comes. We would need to be transferring them, yeah.
I think what you may be referring to is in the police budget, and that's for jail housing costs. So they do budget a certain amount of money to house
Okay, maybe
people at
it was like
CCNO.
$1 million something.
Yeah.
It's not in
that
my
would
budget.
be-
Yeah, well, but it's not in theirs, it's in the police budget, yes.
Yeah.
So, but those don't overlap.
General expense actually
Okay.
has jail's cost in the general expense, the 1.2.
I'm just clarifying, it's not in there, we're not giving it to them to do that.
No.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
currently do not.
Yeah,
Correct.
so that's just to house them at the facility. Getting them there is a different story if it's outside of the hours that the bus comes, and depending on what the commissioners decide to do with the jail, they might only hold for certain hours, which would require extra transportation.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Mayor, I've got a quick question. Somebody asked me the other day, and I didn't have an answer for it, and it may be a dumb question, but do you have translation and interpretive services expenses?
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't know if
so
you wanna go back to
the
that slide, Rob.
first slide that they had was about, what, $13,000 this year?
There you go, that one. Yeah,
How much is it?
there you go. About $9,000 this year.
Where do you see that?
If you add the,
2024 numbers, yeah.
Add these
yeah,
three.
yeah.
How good your math, Dennis?
I have to be quick. But it's not a,
I cheated. Heather said the number. I didn't add them quick. Yeah.
it's not a real big deal then, from what I
As far as the cost,
Yes.
or
The judge is
Now the
all-
judge stood up.
Now you got him mad.
Judge, if you can speak into the microphone since this is being live streamed, thank you.
Sorry I asked.
No, that's okay. I mean, that's what we're paying for, in-person interpreters that show up in court. And also, Brad, I think we used Boost Lingo that we paid for a little bit, right? We are able to use, and we do quite a bit, use Language Lines, which is offered through the Supreme Court. And that is at no cost, but they're very in demand, and they also don't always have readily available interpreters or for all the various languages that we need to accommodate. And we also are using Google Translate and some stuff when we're using processing defendants after they've been adjudicated and that kind of stuff. So that's just sort of what we're out-of-pocket costs. We've got a lot of interpreter use that we have through those other sources that are sort of free, I guess.
A
for
lot
lack
of, lot
a
of
better word.
inefficiencies, I gotta believe. You know, just it slows everything down.
Yeah, there's certainly a big demand for interpreters across the state. We are not unique. We get together with our judicial colleagues once or twice a year, and that's a topic that gets talked about quite a bit, are the lack of interpreters for these courts. Especially you get to these smaller rural counties that are dealing with this now, and they really are ill-equipped budget-wise to be able to provide those services timely. And we are under a mandate, as every court, that we have to make sure everyone has access to justice. And so that's just the cost that we the city, the court, the taxpayers have to bear as far as those interpreting costs. We can't pass those along.
Has it taken care of, because I think last year you were talking about you had like one day a month that you had designated for Spanish, one for Haitian. Did we get rid of that since you have all these different tools now?
we've actually increased it to every Wednesday at 10 o'clock are just any individual that does not, the English is not their primary language, then law enforcement gives them that date to report, and then we sort them out by language and deal with them all on that morning. If they're, and that's just for an initial arraignment. If there's other hearings, then we're trying to lump them together as we can based on their language.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
All right. Police, Chief Mathias, Captain Hendren. As a reminder, there was a new budget summary at your sheet. That is the one that I emailed out. There was a typo in the dispatch other line that was pretty significant, so please refer to the updated version, which is also on the screen.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Chief Jim Mathias with the Findlay Police Department. I'm here to present our 2025 operating budget and do so within our legally, ethically, and morally standards. The Findlay Police Department is within the public safety area, the strategic plan of the City of Findlay, along with the Fire Department. We are dedicated to preventing crime, enforcing laws, protecting life and property while upholding the constitutional rights of all. We value professionalism, integrity, and teamwork with respect for each other and the community that we are proud to serve. We do all these things through great community policing, great equipment, and continuous training through CALEA accreditation and through the Ohio Collaborative, as well as other outside training facilities. We have very good collaboration with all city department leaders and teams and the assistance of other surrounding law enforcement agencies to make this successful as possible with the law enforcement of criminal and traffic laws, or the enforcement of criminal and traffic laws, sorry. We are also evaluating the needs of the police department facilities for capital improvements, as well as effective detention and jail facilities, which you may have recently heard about, and the municipal court just expounded on, the support and reentry for being the first steps of the criminal justice system. We also have one officer assigned to the zoning enforcement for nuisance properties, dilapidated structures, junk and material storage complaints, abandoned and junk property or junk motor vehicle complaints, and high grass and weed complaints. As you can see in the graph, most of our personnel services and other costs are directly related to the collective bargaining agreements for wages, allowance, stipends, and other benefits. The 13.6 million attributes to a lot of these costs, and there's very few other increases other than those specific with the collective bargaining agreement. Get into the budget highlights. A lot of our capital projects are continuing to roll into our operating budgets. You were aware of the Axon body cameras that we've had now. They're going to be into the third year for the operating budget, which is another large expense. Along with that is our fleet patrol cars. So we have all of our patrol vehicles equipped as of this late spring, early summer. That is rolling over into our budget highlights for as well on that. So, and then we also added a new less lethal weapon, Taser 10, which is also by Axon. Very effective weapon for those that are combative persons for a less lethal effective methods to get those people under control. And then the last is Trulio, which is one of the pieces of papers that I handed out. That's some AI software that looks over all of our videos from Axon for our body cams and our fleet cams, and it does so without having a human being look at that that information and it gives out a very detailed report. It auto-populates every 60 days. It gives us a very good understanding of how our officers are interacting with the public and that. So we wanted to be professional and upfront with our citizens when we rolled this project out. We are the first to get this service in the state of Ohio, and we are still only the current agency in the state of Ohio that has Trulio. This does a lot of things good for our community and for our department. So not only do we review all of our incidents, including use of force, but it makes sure that we're doing the right things on all calls for service, not just those high important calls for service. So it's really helped out on the internal investigations and everything that leads from the small stuff to the big stuff. So very proud of that acquisition, but again, that's another cost that's being rolled into 25 budget as well. Yes.
Real quick on the Trulio, it says 59 events with non-compliant people. I would imagine that the people that are not compliant are not Findlay police officers. That is the people you're interacting with.
That is correct, sir.
So that's but the software would also evaluate the officers' interactions and suggest opportunities for improvement or training opportunities or things to that effect. Is that?
It does.
Okay.
It shows training opportunities. So in our Axon body cam, the sergeants were responsible for at least 5 monthly evaluations of their officers at random. This gives a whole comparison in that. So it takes that off their plate, and it does not just a random check, but it does a complete check in that. So it does training, and it also does high praise for composure and professionalism. So another good way of giving back to those officers for the command staff, and that's that we can review their videos, but it's a very easy way of going into that system. It pulls up exactly that video, that interaction, and it goes right to that point of view in that, and it's very easily being used within the department.
Is that a one-time cost, or we're gonna have a maintenance, or did we get grants? I can't remember.
No, this is a yearly cost on that for
The 900,000?
No. That's what's
Oh,
saved
that's
in that.
saved,
So
okay.
the actual cost is like 36,000, I believe, in that. So
And 60 days is enough for you guys to get what you need before you lose it?
yeah, that's plenty in that. So the sergeants are well on top of it, and then for command staff, it's more than enough for us in that. So, and if there's something that we need, we have it captured on Axon on the back end if we need it for longer times. Already talked about personnel. The other obviously big thing we have is we've been operating below staffing levels in patrol for the last year, basically 2 years. We've been 4 short. Dispatch have been 2 short. Currently, I'm at 67 officers, with one hopefully going to be sworn in early January to go to the academy in February. That's the highest we've been in the year and a half that I've been here, and truly in the last since COVID and that. So it's nice getting back to those numbers to see where we're at. I still believe that we're below staffing levels as far as total numbers, but the public does not see 67 on the street. They see our patrol division, which is our main division of the police department, and right now it's in the high 30s. We would like it to get it into the 40s at some point. It's just a matter of timing, getting the right people. Still, recruitment is tough to get the right numbers, the right personnel. We want to make it the right fit for the person the right fit for the department. And so we're still struggling at some of those, but with the collective bargaining agreements, it's doing not just recruitment, but also in the retention fact as well. So we're trying to get both of them to where we need to be, and I think we're doing a very good job. This collective bargaining agreement will go a long ways in the next 3 years to hopefully increase our staffing level and keep the people that we need and want here to stay here and do the good quality work that they're doing. Dispatch, we've been too short for almost 3 years. We had one person leave, she just came back, and then we got 2 candidates that are in background investigation. They will be actually starting 2 weeks from now, so the week of Christmas, they're actually starting. So knock on wood, we get both of those to complement our full staff, and that would be great to see what that looks like, having a full complement of dispatchers. It will help our overtime tremendously on both patrol and dispatch for our overtime. It's been out of control the last, ever since COVID, to be honest with you, and something that we would like to get a better handle of, but until we get full staffing and the right manpower on the shifts, those are still some moving pieces that we're still looking at. So a few of the capital improvements that we had in 2024, we obviously replaced our patrol cars on a every 4-year, 5-year cycle, depends on what those look like. We also equipped a K-9 vehicle for Officer Paul Fry and his new K-9 partner Axel. We also had a new truck for zoning officer Joe Smith. We also purchased obviously the new K-9 and then the handler training for the K-9 team. They have been out since August, and they're working very fine as a team. And then we retired Officer Matt Paul and his K-9 partner Shadow. Shadow was 13 years old. Still had some good quality life with him, but we didn't want anything to happen to him while on duty, so we made the switch this year. Obviously the Axon Fleet cameras, we already talked about that. Those were installed late spring, early summer on all of our marked patrol cars. Those have been very well for the officers and capturing the evidence that we need. Axon 10s, Taser 10s, our older tasers were X2 brands. Good piece of equipment, but outside of any type of warranty, we're starting to have battery issues, some failures, some replacements. We started looking at Taser 7s, which was the next generation, and Taser 10 is the latest and greatest. Taser 7s, when they were fired, they sounded like a gunshot. That was at the end of Chief Ring's tenure, the beginning of mine. I was not aware of that, but through a great demonstration from our less lethal instructors, our taser instructors, they brought in Taser 10s, and we got away from the Taser 7s. We don't want anything that's anywhere close to being sound like a gunshot on a taser, and that it just leads to additional gunfire. So those Taser 10s were rolled out October, I believe, so everyone is equipped except for municipal court probation officers. They're still in the X2s, and we'll be rolling out Taser 10s sometime mid next year, so we'll get them all equipped. We improved dark sight dispatch upgrades out at Station 4, the Trulio software, which we already mentioned, gas mask for our any type of riot or entry team was all been upgraded. They met their quality of life. And then disaster siren replacements. Those are currently ongoing for half of our disaster sirens. So there's 16 total, 8 of them being replaced now. We're looking at the other 8 probably within the next couple of years. A lot of failures and stuff like that when we've had a lot of close calls with tornadoes and severe weather here in the last 2 years and that. So some of them were quite old and they needed to be replaced. So that came in a large expense. And then the last was records and property rooms are getting a remodel here shortly. So we are getting out some old, doing some cleanup of both areas, and then they will be doing all of those items here in the near future before Christmas. And the last thing was some ARPA funds was used to upgrade some equipment in our SWAT team and command trailer just here recently. Some good 2024 achievements. Already talked about our officers, but 66 is the highest we've been. Looking forward to 67, but our 67th won't do me any good until September of next year. It takes that long to get an officer through his basic police academy training, or her, and then out on their own for field training back here at our department. So what we need is to look at some quality officers. I need to get some people in and going. I got 2 retirements that are coming up here in 2025. Those sergeant positions are very valuable, and I need to hit the ground running with getting those replaced as soon as possible. So my projection is to have 2 in our 2025 campaign, which I will get to here in just a little bit, but 67 is a welcome sight, to be quite honest in that. We've been looking forward to getting to this number for several years, and it will be great when we get to that time frame. I guess we'll go back to a little bit to the jail facilities. That was just recently proposed to us that the jail may be looking, the commissioners may be looking at the full service jail being possibly put down to a temporary facility. They're proposing either a 6-day, or a 6-hour, a 12-hour, or a 12-day facility, which in any of those 3 scenarios does not help us at all. It would not incorporate any fresh arrest. We handle anywhere from 200 to 250 fresh arrests every year, and that's just fresh arrests. That's not warrants. That's not other high criminal activity. So when you're talking about fresh arrests and taking a person to either a adjoining county jail or clear up to Stryker, Ohio, that doesn't include any cost in our initial budget. So hopefully the commissioners understand that and do the right thing by not closing a full-service jail within our county and our city, and that it would be a detriment to our citizens. It'd be putting our officers at risk by transporting those type of persons anywhere from a 3-hour to a 5-hour to getting medically cleared, and it could be a 1 or 2 officer transport. So that is very discouraging that when I heard it, and hopefully the sheriff and all the rest of the law enforcement is in the same boat. The only type of that would benefit would still be the Hancock County Sheriff's Office by having that full service or temporary facility. They would take care of their own people, but none of the other law enforcement agencies within Hancock County would have to basically seek their own positions. So again, we was talking about canines. That was some big accomplishments in 2024. All of our sworn and auxiliary officers completed 24 hours of mandated state training through Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy, and then also numerous hours, obviously within our department. Owens Community College has a LAPD or a consortium that we've taken full advantage of. It's for a minimal cost. We can do an unlimited amount of training up at Owens and get some of these state mandated classes plus other training that the officers are looking for at a very minimal cost. We are also compliant with our first year of CALIA web-based assessment for accreditation. So it's a 4-year cycle. We completed everything for year 1, and we are all compliant in that. Last major thing that we had is Captain Hendren, Lieutenant Welch, and Lieutenant Hill all completed their FBI leadership training through Austin Peay State University. This is a trilogy award, so they had to complete 3 different supervisory leadership. The first one is the Supervision Leadership Institute, and then a Command Leadership Institute, and then Executive Leadership Institute. I was here last year saying that we needed to do the right things for not just the command officers, but for sergeants and officers in charge, it takes that next step of being in supervisory functions and gets them ready for that next role. It's something that we had in the past. It was a different type of leadership training, but we experimented with this. We found it very beneficial, very high quality training, and it does come at a cost, but that cost will see the next generations of police chiefs, captains, lieutenants, sergeants excel within our police department. So very proud of that training that we did, and one of the major objectives that was accomplished in 2024. For 2025, we already talked about it, but it's reducing the expenses both in patrol and dispatch. We're also trying to obviously reduce crime and reduce traffic crashes by keeping the community safe, but my major goal is to get more officers out on the street, doing the traffic stops, doing all the right things to keep our community safe and that. So for the public to see our officers engaging with the public and stopping crime. So getting our staffing level up, 69 officers. Like I said, I would like to ask for 2 officers. There is a need for more, but 2 is within what we're looking for. We have a sergeant that's doing administrative duties currently for the body-worn cameras. He has been taken out of patrol and assigned to that duty. Officer Smith is in zoning. We have Officer Iyer at the desk. 3 basically crucial positions that we can backfill with having officers on the street. So those officers are still needed on a daily basis until we can find some civilian people to backfill that administrative role as a sergeant. He's basically towards his retirement, so we're trying to get the right people in the right position, and working with computer services is one of those steps leading in the right direction. So we're looking at an IT person through computer services and Brent Schrader to come in and not just fill that sole position, but we've had a large request for computers, whether that be on station in our patrol cars, laptops that are just designed for police department, all the applications that go along with it, the maintenance, the updates, and so that person in IT would also be in charge of kind of being a hands-on with the police department. Still working within computer services, but giving us an extra lift and not just relying on a person or a certain person within IT. This would be a kind of a dedicated person. They would also help in redactions to get that type of activity done in a timely manner for all those public records requests, prosecutors for all the cases, and also work with Tyler Tech on our CAD and RMS. We had some training this fall or this summer, and one of the computer services personnel went along with that training and found it very beneficial, and basically helped roll out this new concept to help us bring in a civilian, trying to not necessarily get rid of our administrative sergeant yet, but by the time he retires, we have somebody in that place, whether it is a truly IT person or a police officer that knows the role of all of these same functions. That's our main goal and understanding, trying to get that all taken care of. Obviously dispatch, again, like I say, we'd like to get up to that magic number of 12, see what that looks like, making sure that they're fully staffed, replacing those 2 sergeants within 25 and doing that effectively and efficiently, and making sure the promotional process goes seamlessly. The longer we have that position unfilled, it's just more stress as an officer in charge. No offense to those type of personnel, but I need supervision at all 3 shifts in that and running basically effectively in that and making sure we're doing the right things. Increase in departmental training. We've done very well in the state. The state gives us back quite a bit of money for our CPTs, our continual professional training that is required from each sworn officer. So I'm not just talking about sworn officers, I'm talking about all of our dispatchers and civilian personnel. They all keep asking for training, and I'm trying to get them as much as we can within our budget, but we do get quite a few money or funds back from the state of Ohio on that, and it's gone a long way. So trying to increase that. continue with the leadership training that we already talked about. Lieutenant Maury and a few sergeants have started the process. They were on track to finish this year, but due to some scheduling conflicts outside of it would have been some more excessive travel. They should be finished up in the spring, very early summer at the latest in that. And then we'll work on the next step as far as getting some sergeants into that as well. Having the best training and equipment available and budgeted appropriately for our personnel to work effectively and efficiently. You guys have been very supportive for all of the equipment that we have. For our most recent officer-involved shooting, if we have not had body-worn cameras, we would have been in a bad place. So, very grateful for having that piece of equipment. It's money well spent. It is a lot of money. It is on a 5-year cycle, and so unfortunately when you get into that process, it's going to be from now until eternity or whatever that next step is going to be. So we have committed to it, but it's basically an insurance policy, and I'm glad we had it, and we hope to get that officer back on the street here in a short time from now. CALEA accreditation, we already talked about that 4-year cycle, the first year, so everything is still on pace to complete the next 3 years without any problems. We got most of our main objectives out of the way this year, and very well received through all of those that were involved in that process. Talked about the collective bargainings. I think it'll help over the next 3 years getting the right people in and paying them accordingly. It does come at a cost again. The Metrich is fully funded right now, but detectives need to continue to operate and build out criminal cases for those drug trafficking and other vice crimes. Again, some type of capital is being looked at as well. We've moved some operating expenses. Some of their funds have been depleted. We've been talking to county prosecutor on how some of those funds have not been coming back to Metrich or to the appropriate agencies on some of the fines and court costs. So hopefully we're going to be doing better in the near future with a different judge, a different prosecutor, hopefully a different way of handling the back end finances and stuff. So I'd like to build some of those funds back up, but some of the minor costs we're trying to absorb within the police department's budget. It's minor things, phone bills, electric bills, some of those things that was covered initially by Metrich. Some of those funds are drying up. We're trying to recoup some of those. Crime Prevention Office, Brian White, he continues to be the face of the department. He does a great job in many different events, organizations, talks, you name it, he's there. If you haven't seen him, you should, because he's out there every day, whether it's spring, summer, fall, or winter, and he does a great job for keeping us looking good within the public, keeping everybody updated, and doing the right things within the community. Last thing is capital budgeting. I don't know if that was on there or not, but we are looking at the end of the life cycle for our handguns, where we need to switch those out. We still like the Glock as a manufacturer, but we're looking at, instead of a 45 caliber, we're looking at a 9mm with red dot sights, something that's basically new within law enforcement, but it's a very fine piece of equipment. Again, we had a demonstration done with Glock. They came here with all kinds of weapons. Did quite a bit of testing and firing, and the mayor and the service safety director was part of that evaluation, and at least got to see what we were looking at. And
Chief,
yes.
I don't want to interrupt you, but that's kind of a teaser for the capital discussion that we'll have in a couple months.
Okay.
So I really appreciate your thorough detail to let these individuals know the
All right.
hard work your men and women do to protect and serve our community.
Sure.
Let's pause there and let you guys, if there's questions and conversation that we want to have specifically to the police department, then we can go from there.
Councilwoman Frischi?
I'm just looking, Chief, when we're looking at the salary budget increase from the 5.1 to the 6.2, is that a calculation on 69?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
And then that's also putting in promotions and stuff into that as
Correct.
well?
Yep.
Okay.
Keeping everything exactly where we're at as far as supervisory personnel.
So if you lost 4% of your budget,
It would come down to training personnel and the software that we already have established through some long-time commitments and that.
And I don't think we want to do that in the police budget, but discussion we're having today.
Glock
Appreciate the
9s are
understanding.
nice guns.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just reiterate, we have been working the last couple of years, as the chief said, it's been frustrating, but trying to recruit and increase that complement. We recognize the need to continue to serve the community and meet the expectations, certainly not for a lack of trying. I think we have probably talked weekly about it, and every week at Sync, Chief is saying, we're talking to these people and it's not panning out. So certainly something that we're working on and we'll continue to push, and hopefully with some of the pay increases and recruitment, I know we've already gotten some interest from some laterals that hopefully that will help pan out. Councilman Wobser?
Chief, how much money are you returning this year from your budget?
I would say we're in the neighborhood of 300,000 to 400,000.
So percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise, we're probably 3 to 4%.
So
Okay.
that 2024
Thank you.
projection column on your sheet is what our department heads have projected they will spend in 2024. So if you compare that, obviously some of the things get shifted around throughout the year. Oh, yeah, but that doesn't back out capital, so never mind. That's
Oh,
not going to help you as
it's
clearly
not
as I was
apples
hoping.
to
But
Gotcha.
yeah, Councilwoman Frischie?
Last question, just curious, I was watching the news, Toledo Police Department, they have 100 people that are registered to take the civil service test for police officer, but they said they're having a downturn. Like, do we communicate with them and say, send some of them our way? Or are we able to take their civil service test and already accept it? I mean, they said they had 100.
We would love to have 100.
I know.
We get,
So if we can,
get 20
if we
if
can
we're
have
lucky.
a few to come this way.
I
since
think we're for the size of the department and what we have to offer, we do quite well compared to Lima, which is the next closest city and somewhat comparable. Some of their testing had zeros. So Amy has done a great job in working with people and offering multiple tests, and some of it was pay, but I think with the new pay, it'll attract obviously
That's what
some
I
more
was
people.
hoping, yeah.
We should have looked at pay the last contract for at least starting people in my experience in that. We should have looked at pay back then for starting police officers. So it was low then, it was low now in this current contract, but it's comparable for this new contract coming up. And I think we'll start getting, actually we had 2 lateral applications come in recently, and a lot of it's with pay because it's people that have some time and grade, and quite frankly, I don't need all laterals, but I need some laterals to start me out on getting these holes filled and that and stuff. And there's value for both laterals and for new officers, and we don't want to shy away from a new person, but having laterals step in, it's a quicker turnaround and it does the right things for our department.
Councilman Greeno, did you have something? Okay, very good. Any other questions for the chief? Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right, again, we have a little bit of rotation in the schedule, even though our Chief Everly was able to get here from another commitment. We're going to jump into water pollution control. Dave. And then on deck, we have water treatment plant and then public works. All right, Dave?
Hello, my name's Dave Beach. I'm the superintendent of the Water Pollution Control Center. I oversee the operation and maintenance of the facility. A little bit? Yeah. That better? All right. Sorry about that. Budget highlights, you're gonna see we've seen an increase in ferrous chloride, about an 8% increase in ferrous chloride, and that's what we use to remove phosphorus from our system, from our discharge. Last year, we fell under a general permit, so from March through July, we used 8 additional loads of ferrous, or about 36,000 gallons, to meet our waste load allocation of 3,200 kilograms. We actually have 2 permits for ferrous. March through July, we have a waste load allocation under a general permit, what came out of the TMDL study they did. So we got to meet a limit of 3,200 kilograms. The other 7 months, we're back to where we normally were at 1 milligram per liter. This year we did meet our limit. We were 440 kilograms under our limit. So we did meet our waste load allocation for 24. The other increase we're continue to see increases in R&M pumps, our equipment, services, and repairs. I mean, pumps pre-COVID, we probably said it was like 49,000, or 23 to 30,000. Now we're seeing 50,000 for a repair. Pump prices from last year to this year went up 10%, and that continues to rise. Staffing levels, that's remained the same. Or go ahead, Randy.
Sorry, go ahead. You
No,
go ahead.
go ahead.
Sorry.
You're okay.
I wanted, since we were talking about pumps, that'll be a conversation, because we do have an aging fleet of pumps, for lack of better terms. We do have a repair and maintenance cycle that we go through. Lead times with the expert in our region, sometimes they're quick fix, sometimes they're a little longer. They have become more costly, as Dave pointed out, but one of the conversations that we're gonna be having when we get into the capital conversation is get more of a replacement plan, so the aged ones, and if we start looking at repair costs and whatnot, we're gonna get in a cycle where we're gonna actually get those upgraded where that makes more sense. So I just wanted to add that commentary.
That's exactly the question I was gonna ask, is we can only fix so many times. We need to start looking at replacing new.
And,
So-
and,
Yes,
and
sir.
last year we did replace, we do have a brand new influent pump. We made 2 repairs to the Bright Road pumps this year. We have 4 pumps. They're all back in service. Same with the plant. We have normally 6 pumps, one's a spare, and we actually have a brand new backup. So capital this year, we're gonna add some additional pumps to start replacing some of these pumps we've
Good,
rebuilt.
Good, glad to hear that.
Capital improvement highlights, Fifth Street sanitary sewer replacement, West Park sanitary sewer extension. That was for get the people off septic tanks out there. And then Washington Avenue storm sewer upgrade. 2024 achievements. We finally got our automatic transfer switch. That was installed in October. It's back in service. So we're just waiting for the next power outage. Sewer maintenance, they repaired 33 sewers this year. They cleaned over 160,000 feet of sanitary and storm sewers. And they also televised 109,000 feet of sewers, combination of sanitary and storm. We replaced the link seal in the screen building. That was quite the project. County home pump station upgrades, and installed a new influent flow meter for our influent pump station. Objectives for next year. Spring Lake sanitary sewer upgrade, still working on that. I think that went out to bid for the pump station out there. Continue to identify sewers with failures and find remedy to sustain longevity of our sewers through CCTV inspections that we do daily, sewer maintenance does. CSO long-term control plan, still working on the addendum. That's due next December in 25, and our annual sewer manhole lining program.
Very good. Thank you, Dave.
You mentioned West Park. Are we done at West Park now?
I think there's phase 2. Jerry could.
So the Newell section that we just did, we finished that up. It's in the holding period. We got to wait 60 days before we can do
Okay.
any kind of testing on that. So we're in the holding period right now, waiting for testing. Then that will be able to be tied into the next section which is kind of the north side, Tappan. We are getting ready to do that. Did a survey of the area. There's some there was some other utilities in there that we got to figure out how to get around them. We ran into a problem with Newell Street too. There was an AT&T line that we had to reroute. So before we actually send these out, we want to make sure we're 100% good on that. But that's still going to continue on. So you'll be seeing that capital.
Mr. Greeno, then Mr. Russell, then Mrs. Rasheed.
Dave, I'm just asking, are we still seeing cost savings for electricity by the solar panels that were installed out there? Or are they still working properly? And
We have to make some, a couple of weeks ago, I had the company, you may remember, EQS out of Indiana. They're the ones that installed the solar panels for Marathon. They did all the preventive maintenance on them throughout the years. I had them in a couple weeks ago. We do have one inverter down. We have another one that is working. We do have some panels that are out. What they're gonna do, I don't have it yet. He's gonna send me a kind of assessment of what they found and what they want to do to get it back up and running at 100%.
Okay.
So to your question, no, it's not 100%, but we are still
but
getting
we are
some
seeing some
energy
cost
from it.
savings by
Yeah.
using that.
So I think the plan is to, they're gonna come next step, come in, get what they can working, and then like phase 2, hey, let's replace these panels, they're gonna give us cost of that. I guess there's, as you know, there's like 4 solar arrays out there. There's 2 types of panels out there, sharp panels, and then these, I can't think of the name, what the other panels were, but I guess if you lose one of the sharp panels on one of the solar arrays, you lose 2. If you lose one of these more expensive panels they installed, if you lose one of them, you lose 10. So what they want to do is come in, hey, let's get as many panels as we can get working, and then next step is okay, what it's going to cost to replace the panels that aren't working. So and that, I don't have the breakdown yet,
That's
but
fine.
that's
I just know that electric is a major portion of your
correct.
budget.
And
So
actually,
anything we can save some, that's a good thing.
looking back at 23 and 24, electric went up 18% per kilowatt hour for us. So that was a big increase.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
All right.
Yeah, and that's something we had worked, so that when it was handed over to us, it was up and fully functional. Things break frequently on these systems, so we'll continue to do the cost benefit analysis to see how it is managing and the benefit it's providing. But you're correct, and that's something that we're looking across city operations. We're, annually spend millions and millions of dollars on electric. And so looking at how we're able to make efficiencies to better save on those. Mr. Russell?
Jeremy, for Spring Lake, is the Ohio EPA still paying full freight on all of that? Or have we started some of the costs for that coming out of our capital budget?
As of right now, we're still working with the EPA to have that fully funded from them. If anything deviates off of that, we will be fully transparent with you, but that is still 100% our goal. And what we are pushing for is have the EPA fund 100% of that. So we have that sent out to bid. They've been very good to work with. We have the bid pricing stuff. So we're finishing working with them to get the final amounts appropriated into that.
And we always had a pump, there was a pump involved in that project?
Yeah. In order to get it over or underneath 15 and stuff, we have to have a lift station for that.
Okay.
So we do have that figured in.
Councilwoman Frischie?
I have a non-capital question, just a basic one. I saw that they put in 30,000 for temp. You're hiring a temp for next year, and why?
That is in sewer maintenance.
Okay.
And yes, that was if we want to share temporary employees with, say, distribution or public works, we threw that 30,000 in. Say we need help rebuilding catch basins or whatever it is, we can ask, hey, can you send your temps over here? We'll pay for them out of our budget.
Oh, so they have temps and
Correct.
the other departments, so street department and water department. So we wouldn't be using their employees, we'd be using their temps.
Possibly that's what it's for.
Interesting.
So this is the first budget of 3 that we're going to talk about chargebacks that we're modeling, sharing workforce. Because of some of the retirements that we've experienced, there's in sewer maintenance, water distribution, and public works, there's a lot of individuals that all have the same skill set, but specialties within the skill sets. And with the ability to actually utilize the cross-functional, use the workforce in a cross-functional aspect, we can actually use individuals based on the demand of the work in different departments. But having to charge back those hours because of crossing enterprise funds to general fund, we need to make sure the accounting aspect is all transparent and it's accounted for appropriately. So with that, we had to put labor dollars in different buckets to make sure that when they were used, that those dollars were available.
So we're not charging back off of the regular salary appropriation and pulling the money to the
So-
departments. We're gonna have a temporary agency, but not really a temp. We were just calling them a temp because they're from a different department.
So there are some, we do use some individuals in a temp agency, and it's listed as that, but it's seasonal individuals that we can use year-round.
But they've never done that.
We've never done it, no.
We had to budget it this year because of the chargeback process when we share labor across different departments.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Dave. Ooh, gets very loud. All right, Jason, with water treatment. By the way, because I've done a terrible job at this since we were just trying to move through, I just want to give a shout out to all of the department heads that have gone so far that I have not explicitly acknowledged. We are very fortunate to have such talented people who manage their departments very well and are extremely proud of the work that they do for the city of Findlay. And again, we work with them throughout the year, and you guys get to interface with them periodically, but not on a super regular basis. So I just want to give them all a shout out and certainly appreciate you guys supporting them and recognizing the importance and criticality to the city of Findlay. So, Jason, you got to be the guy at the mic when I gave my thank you, since I hadn't done it so far.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Jason, before you start, could you give me could you provide the staffing levels for 2025? They did not appear on my sheet.
Oh, okay. Staffing levels for 2025 are going to pretty much stay the same. We'll have 2 out at the reservoir, 16 at the treatment, 15 at distribution, and 10 at utility billing. Yeah, so not adding any or subtracting right now. So again, Jason Phillips, water treatment plant superintendent. Just couple major highlights, big things that are actually going forward. The CO2 tanks, the project that we've been working on for quite a while. CO2 tanks finally got erected. We're finally tying those all in. The generator project is, the generator's actually sitting in Columbus. The switchgear will actually be sitting on our campus here by the end of the year. And we will be able to go forward next year with the removal of the underground storage tank, get the base structure put in, and actually get the new generator up and running in 2025. So 2 very long-standing projects that are actually coming to fruition. And then the biggest highlight is that the RFQ went out for the master plan, and is out on the street. So hopefully here in, I believe, with the dates and times on it in January, we will be looking at the selection process. So kind of exciting things for us. And because I'm guessing lead service lines is going to be, no? Oh, well, we did complete our service line inventory and got it approved by the agency. There are only of the 20,000 service connections, there are only 27 customer sides that have to eventually be replaced, but those would technically right now be on the customers, so they're just tied to the accounts, and each, as an account would get a new owner, the new owner is reminded that it's something that they would have to have replaced. And there's actually only 4 left on our side that the distribution is still working on getting removed.
And the emergency project that we had.
The suction line. Suction line got completed, wall sealed up. High surface 5 and 6 are back in operation. Project went a lot smoother than we thought. So it is now all suction lines are all now stainless steel, and we knock on whatever you want to knock on, should not have any additional issues with that.
Questions, Mr. DeArmond?
So I'm excited about the long-term plans finally out. So how many bidders do you anticipate for that? I mean, or
I have a pretty good feeling we're going to receive a lot. Who it's been sent out to with it being even out on our city website. I've already received over a dozen emails saying that they're interested. Of course, you know, we have some that say, hey, that's too big for us, but you're going to be getting a lot of people looking at that one.
it's an important one.
Councilwoman Frischie?
So I'm gonna go back to this temp service thing because I'm just absorbing this still. So you're only looking at bringing in temporary services of 41,200 under the supply reservoir, but not under utility building, water distribution, water treatment, or reservoir recreation.
So we always have seasonal help out at the reservoir. Obviously, there's a vast amount of grass that needs mowed, but I believe I also had some in part-time. Yeah, we had part-time in both distribution, and we also had some in seasonal for utility billing as well. We don't, I guess, under water, we usually stick that under seasonal and not under temp services.
But those are temps. I'm just learning from how we're going to be sharing employees and stuff and running it through there. But those are your regular temporary seasonal mowing around the reservoir, doing those things.
Correct.
Positions. So those weren't newly created ones. It's just that the one that caught my eye was on the page 103. It went from 16 to 41,000. So that's where you're going to pull from for chargebacks.
Well, and I'm not as fluent with chargebacks because I don't do much of it, but for the 41 would be two seasonal employees. The reason it was down so much is that we had more college kids, and with our high school college students, we have them a lot less, so they don't spend as much. We've already been contacted by a couple of retired guys. When we can bring in a retired temporary employee, I can have them for a much longer period of time, and so that's why the dollar amount is higher for that seasonal.
Okay, so your focus is just on truly hiring seasonal. I'm just trying to get the grasp on his chargeback and making that the chargeback line, and that doesn't seem to be the case.
We'll get there.
Well, and to be clear, chargebacks are just an accounting function to account for people that we are already paying for in different departments. It's not additional cost, even though it shows up as additional cost, and that's one of the things that we'll pull out to show you. All it is an accounting function to make sure that the enterprise accounts are appropriately showing where the money, how it is reimbursing. So the chargeback is not new cost. We're not double paying people. Yep, for accounting purposes.
So
strictly.
so the auditor's office needs us to budget additional above the salary to do chargebacks. Is that? I guess I always understood chargebacks that we already had the salary there. We got to make sure everything zeroes out. And I'm learning that we have a temp part-time line item where they're actually hiring temp people, which makes sense. But the other department hasn't had it for years because we had zero, and now they have 30,000. So is that a correct, Ginger or Jim?
For
So not from salary.
So there's a receipt from one fund where they're paid for, where they paid for to that fund, the people they borrowed. And there's an expense from the fund that they're using where they're hiring that outside help. So a temp is a a good analogy. When you hire a temp, you pay to an outside service. When you hire somebody from sewer fund to do a water function, you gotta pay sewer fund. So they are incurring that expense.
But we're not at their wage rate for each person. So if I was $20 an hour in the position,
No,
You have to.
okay.
So the problem is that right now you're looking at the expense side of the things. You're not seeing the corresponding revenue that's going to reimburse the department for that staff, but there's stuff on the backside. So it is very convoluted. You're going to see it kind of sprinkled throughout each department. In some situations, there are staff temporary positions, there's seasonal positions, there's the full-time people. Some of that may be charged back, some of that may be just, seasonal employees that we bring in, but we're not suddenly bringing in a ton new seasonal people into departments.
No, I didn't think that. I thought we were talking about sharing department employees. So that's, I guess I'll keep learning and I'll be quiet for.
It is confusing. It is confusing because you don't necessarily see the debit and credit of each transaction, but, all right, thanks, Jason, appreciate it.
One more
Sorry.
quick one, just
Randy,
on
Councilman Reno.
Supply Reservoir. I noticed there was a large increase in professional services. What do you use professional services for at the reservoir?
So that we're gearing up for professional services. Basically, we need to redo the emergency response plan. We have kept money in the budget for that. For once the dry basin and all of the flood control stuff is done, we need to redo all the inundation mapping and redo all of the required plans.
So we would be hiring somebody to
Yes,
do that?
yeah.
Okay.
So that'd be a third-party engineering firm.
All right. Thank you.
But overall, we're not doing riprap this year, so that was why the reservoir budget went down as much as they
Okay,
had.
thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
All right, Public Works, Dave Hans.
Good evening. All right, some of the budget highlights for the Public Works Department. Personal services, that includes the proposed wages. The Public Works Department is anticipating 5 retirements in 2025. These are very high-skilled talent. With the collaboration and realignment into different departments or chargebacks, our staffing levels are going to stay the same. I'm anticipating some promotions to get in line since we're doing the collaboration with other departments. All the guys got to be kind of on a level playing field when they're in crew leaders and stuff like that kind of roles. We have a part-time secretary in the street department, and she was at 29 hours per week in 24. We're going to move her to 32 hours a week in 25. In the cemetery in 24, I had 2 employees that retired. One was the secretary. She had to retire due to family issues, and she was going to go get another job. So I says, would you be interested in part-time? She says, absolutely. So we hired her back at part-time for 24 hours a week. And then the foreman over there with 34 years of service, he retired, and we hired him back. Both of these rehires now paid on the new pay scale, which caused an overall cemetery budget in that line item to decrease. In 25, the traffic department will be going from 3 employees full-time to 4. That is not hiring an additional one. We are moving some guys around from the street over to the traffic, so they can be from 3 to 4 employees. Some of our 2024 capital highlights was our street preventative maintenance program and paving of streets. We completed the Rawson Park tennis court, and the Rawson and Swale Park restrooms got completed. At Riverside and West Park, we installed brand new toys. Those are major accomplishments. Some of the other 2024 achievements for the Parks Department, we utilized the Hancock County Park District grant from Tuck Point and sealed the Riverside electrical room and main restroom. Again, the Rawson Park tennis and pickleball courts were finished. Parks Department planted 379 trees through a grant. We painted the dive well at the pool, installed a new fence, and that's in the process now along McManus over on the Kitty Corral side, and a new roof was put on the pool house. The street department paved 13 streets. 33 alleys were paved, which totaled up to 1.9 miles. Total tons that were put down between streets and alleys was 6,900, and the total roads repaved were 3.71 mile. We replaced 2,071 feet of sidewalk, replaced 713 feet of curb. Total yards that were poured between them were 371. We crack sealed Tiffin Avenue and County Road 236 north of Tiffin Avenue between Tiffin and 12. All those lane miles that we maintain in that area with the crack sealer was 18.13. And then we replaced or adjusted 55 manholes on the streets that were repaved in 23. We did that in 24. Traffic department, their highlights, they had 249 calls for service. They completed 3 upgrades and 3 new installs. And they maintain and monitor our 16 sirens to make sure that they are running effectively. Our goals for 2025, we were just awarded the Hancock County Park District grant again. We got $15,000 out of that. That will be going towards extending the stage out at the band shell at Riverside. Next year's plan, we plan to reseal and stripe the pickleball court at Riverside, repave Kitty Corral parking lot, and add 1 basketball court on that side. Parks, Building, and Grounds line item went up in the budget due to ball diamond maintenance we have to do at Cooper and Emory Adams Fields. That was about $50,000. We will continue collaborating with engineering on street projects. Goal for the street department is to continue paving alleys, and so far we're around 15 streets we would like to repave next year, just our department. Continue traffic signal upgrade and replacement. Continue foundation and road repairs in the cemetery. And I'd like to execute a plan that consists of a joint labor pool to streamline efficiency and workflow. Any questions?
Well, before you jump into questions, I just want to thank Dave. I want to give him a special shout out because other than Rob and maybe Jeremy, Dave probably gets the most phone calls or voice texts from me anytime I'm driving around town and see things. And I joke with him that he and his team are the Swiss Army knife of the city, that they just take care of things when they see it needs done or when people call about it. And just last week I was somewhere where people commented and raved on how quickly something was addressed. Actually, it was Jeff Fort out at a public event. He said, I called about a pothole and the next day it was fixed. So I just really appreciate the efforts and all the work that you guys do. So with that, questions? Yeah, Councilwoman Frischie.
I waited my 5 minutes to be quiet. Okay. Play the lottery. Back on staffing numbers, because I agree with the mayor that your department and you specifically are Johnny on the spot, Dave on the spot, I should say.
It's the guys. It has nothing to do with me. So
you answer the phone every time, but you're wanting to not fill the positions and you want to share between departments. How is that a benefit to you, and how is it a benefit to the water pollution and water department? Are they not busy that those people don't have work to do? Because usually those are, licensed folks.
correct. And I'll just explain how I look at it. Okay, so in the public works, which is park, cemetery, streets, and traffic, we are, including myself, at 40. And then you got the water shop and the sewer workers. That puts us at 66. We are very good at maneuvering around to what the work demand is. Like, I'll give you an example of today. Today, I have 3 street guys, 3 sewer guys that were doing manholes, okay? Our Vactor that the street department has broke down. So I called Mike and I says, you got a Vactor to spare? He says, well, I'm going to have to shut a crew down if I give you a Vactor. So I called Jeff to see if I can borrow one of his. Something happened in his scheduling. So I said, I'll take the Vector with the water shop. Mike, instead of giving me 3 guys, you take only 2. I'll make up the rest. Neither job stopped. So the plan is with all this, Mike will get his stuff done plus more. Water shop will do the same, and so will we, just by scheduling and maneuvering around. That is the plan. In a perfect world, I can't tell you that it can be perfect every day. I can't tell you what this is going to look like in 2 months. If this does not work, we will know it's not going to work. If it scores, we will learn from it and move on.
The key is, if I can jump in here for a second, the key is there's seasonal demand, there's daily demand, and we have some opportunities to streamline things. I think that Dave does a tremendous job looking at project management, job management, people management, and I think coordinating with Mike and his team over at sewer maintenance, and then Jeff Betts over at distribution, we have a real opportunity to, the example he just used. We have experts in water distribution that they can lead that project, but they might need individuals to run and operate a vehicle or a piece of equipment, or just be manpower on a job. And those are the skills that we can cross-function and use and create more efficiency. Same thing over at sewer maintenance. Those individuals are the subject matter experts in that system, but there are things that can be done to operate and share those individuals. And Public Works, the same thing. So this is going to enhance people's skill sets. It's going to engage them to actually have more opportunities to learn and grow. It's going to create a synergy across our different departments. But I don't want it to be misunderstood that sewer maintenance still absolutely has some subject matter experts. Mike and his team are very skilled at what they do, as much as Jeff Betts in distribution, and then Dave and his. But being able to use the individuals based on seasonal demand, daily demand, those types of things, we can get so much more done. We showed this when we did the lead services on Center Street, when the first plan was we're going to shut down 224 from Main Street to the railroad tracks for 2 weeks. I'm like, not happening, start over, let's think again. So we evolved that plan to, we never really shut down complete flow of traffic. We had two-way traffic going the whole time. We pulled those individuals from sewer maintenance, distribution, as well as Public Works, and the team all worked together, and we got that done in 4 days, a week.
It was a week.
Less than 7 days. And we did it safely, efficiently, and we kept flow going, and we were able to use this cross-sectional skill set. So seeing that, and we're doing this, and I think this is a great opportunity for the city of Findlay to do more with less. But again, it's going to enhance the work.
Councilwoman Frischie?
So I get what you're trying to do. I'm still not grasping. So your busy season is summer, right? Or winter.
365.
Well, I mean, you have the snow season and you have the mowing season, or your
Right.
busiest, and then you guys have always worked together. If there was a water line break, street department is out. Everybody's out there, kind of
No.
supporting on different
If
levels.
it was an emergency
Yeah.
situation, this is going to be more on. Let's say Mike's got a catch basin crew that's out working, and he started it today, and he's got to finish it tomorrow. But one guy gets sick, and he has to move one of them. That's going to have to sit. No, he can call one of us, either Jeff or myself, and say, "I need one guy."
For backhoe or drawing,
Correct.
but not
Correct.
for doing a licensed job.
Those jobs ain't licensed.
Yeah, so then if we're pulling guys from sewer or water that have licenses, their pay rate's got to be a lot higher than,
They are by. I'm just going to throw a number out there. Let's say a 160. I'm a 160.
okay.
Water guy with a license 161 or 162. Same with water and sewer.
So they're the same pay grade, you're saying?
In a class, a little bit more money, which they deserve. They have their license. My guys don't.
And we're not pulling
More-
operators out of a plant
I was
to
just
do
going to say,
street
you're not
work.
going to be pulling people out of the water
It's
pollution
people
control
doing
and-
similar
These are
work.
road
It's
guys.
almost like
Road
fleet
guys.
management, but for our people, right? If we have somebody that can do a function here and this team needs it, there's no point in having two people that can do the same function when you can have people work across organizations,
Other than they're separate funds.
which it goes back to the chargebacks.
True. And then the last question, you said you have some promotions you have to get done. Are those promotions based on the salary ordinance passing next week?
Yes,
And if they don't pass, you won't be able to do those promotions?
it wouldn't be in the budget.
Thank you.
And again, the salary ordinance provides a range of pay that a position provides, and then based off of what we actually allocate to that person for a specific position, then that's the pay that they receive. So it's providing a pay range. So any other questions for Dave? Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Good work, team. All righty. Now fire, and then we'll be back to our regular programming. Chief Eberly.
Hello, everyone. 1 second, I got stuff everywhere. Thanks for changing the schedule around a little bit for me. Yeah, it is. I'll just talk louder. I think I got what Ron got. Hey, everybody. Josh Eberly, Findlay Fire Department. I realized driving, so I'm currently taking a training class down in Greenville, Ohio. So I kind of rushed back here for this, and I'm heading back to Greenville tonight. I realized on my way here, I think this is my 10th budget presentation to council. So, how many? Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Well, I feel like internally I do. So what I was hoping to do, and I'll kind of, I know this is going to be a long night for you guys, so I'll keep it as brief as possible. Kind of wanted to go through some highlights from 2024, and also kind of looked at the strategic plan that you guys adopted and tied some specific items when they applied directly that we accomplished in 2024. So it's kind of cool to see all that stuff come full circle. So the most obvious thing that we accomplished in 2024 was finished major construction of the Strick Center training facility. And I apologize, Mayor, I kind of summarized this on my own, so it doesn't flow exactly with the budget summary sheet. Right. So finished construction, major construction of the Strick Center training facility. Just to refresh your memory on that entire project was about $2.5 million total. The city investment was about 50 cents on the dollar for that, so it was a little bit less, honestly, than 50% city investment. The rest was public, private, nonprofit donations, and grants. So the support that we received from everybody in this room, as well as anybody out in the public, has been really nothing short of remarkable. So it was really a cool project to be a part of, and I'm glad the construction is done. So some of you were out for our ribbon cutting open house on September 11th. We had a number of different open houses after that for various different groups. I know Grant's going to ask me about the use of the Strick Center. So we are tracking that, and I really looked at organizations outside of the city because we use it all the time. The Findlay Fire Department uses it all the time. Findlay Police Department has used it quite a bit. But 14 different times we've had agencies outside of the city use it already this year. So that includes Ohio State Patrol 2 different times, Northwest Ohio Canine Handler Group 2 different times, Van Loo Fire Department's been out there twice, Allen Township Fire Department's been out there once, Hancock County Sheriff's Office with their SRT group has been out there once. The Hancock County EMA conducted drone training out there for drone operators for the county. We held an LEPC tabletop exercise out there, which was multi-agency, multi-county, Ohio EMA that was held out there. And we also hosted the Hancock Youth Leadership class. And that ties directly back to the strategic plan item number 1.1A, which was complete design of Strick Center training facility for Findlay Fire and Police training. So 2024, we also made some improvements in our facilities and equipment. This is kind of a combination between capital plan and operational costs. We replaced the commercial windows at Fire Station 2. We believe those to be original to the building, so that's 1974. So those windows were extremely inefficient. We replaced the HVAC systems at Fire Station 1. Those were about 27 years old. We installed air conditioning at the mechanics bay. Thank you very much for that extra capital improvement. 16, yeah. And also, thank you, we placed the order for the new fire truck. That was 1.6 million. Due to the order timeline now, which is about 2 years, we had to bump that up by at least a full year. So that's planned. The delivery schedule for that is 2026. Assuming that arrives on time, which I have no reason to doubt it will, that'll allow us to replace engine 3 as a frontline apparatus after 20 years, because that's a 2006 model year. And then engine 3 will go into reserve status for another 6 to 8 years. So assuming it's still working then. And that all those items kind of tie back into an item on the strategic plan as well. 2.3B is provide safe, reliable, and up-to-date equipment and facilities to the employees. From the personnel side of the house, for 2024, we hired 3 firefighters to replace retired or resigned personnel. We promoted 1 firefighter to fill a vacant captain position that we had. One of our captains was one of our retirees. And I wanted to thank Amy and Don Essex. One of those strategic plan items that ties directly into the hiring process is number 2.6B. That is evaluate the hiring process, especially civil service positions, for opportunities to decrease the time to fill the position. And what we did for the first time for this group of hires was we implemented kind of a 2-step interview process. So the first step was an electronic questionnaire where we ask all kind of the standard interview boilerplate questions to everybody, to all our candidates. We coupled those responses with their background checks and their references, excuse me, and we used that as like a first round of interviews. And then we took our best candidates out of that pool and we brought them in for in-person interviews. And that's the first time that's ever been done within our department. And it sped up the process, and it allowed us to kind of tailor the in-person questions to each individual candidate. So we got a lot more kind of actionable information. So I want to thank Amy and Don for that. From the training side of the house, for the fire department, one of the big things that we did this year was we increased the response capability of the entire fire department from hazmat operations level to hazmat technician level. That's also never been done for us. We did that through 3 different classes. Each class was 40 hours and contained about 20 to 24 people. Those classes were paid for through the LEPC and through a PUCO hazmat grant. And that actually ties back to another strategic plan item, 1.1D, which is continue regular training for emergency preparedness. And then one thing that I wanted to mention that's not on any budget sheet, but I'm really proud of, is our smoke detector installation program. If you remember, we talked about this briefly over the past year. We've been running it about 2 years. It's a collaboration with the American Red Cross. And this past year, Findlay firefighters installed 204 smoke alarms in 76 different homes. And then in just about 2 years, we've installed 480 smoke alarms in 184 different homes. So it's a huge, it's a real benefit for the residents, and it's no cost to them. So and it ties back directly to the mission of a fire department. So 2025 objectives, some of the stuff is kind of going back to the maintenance of the stations. There's some carpet replacement we need to do at Fire Station 1, Fire Station 3. We need to do some asbestos remediation at Fire Station 3. And we want to construct a shelter house / rehab area outside the burn building out at the Strick Center to provide some picnic tables and an area to kind of whiteboard our training plans out there and provide some shade when we're doing outside training. From a budget standpoint, 2025 budget's fairly straightforward. Total request is just under $10.4 million. That's an increase of about just over $1 million from our original 2024 request. That's just under 11%. We had we requested about 11.3, 11.4 increase in the personal services side. That's wages, hospitalization, overtime, pension, all that stuff. And then about a 4% increase in our operational costs. Some of the things that includes the different objectives that we identified with station maintenance. It also includes, we expect just one retirement next year. That's probably going to happen in the fall of next year. So we budgeted to bring on that replacement firefighter about halfway through the year. And I think that's about it from the presentation. Just for your information, we're on track to respond to about 2,750 calls. That includes about 70 fires, 1,500 EMS calls, and our average response time is just over 4 minutes, like 4 minutes and 8 seconds. So I'm pretty proud of that as well.
Great work. Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Yeah, Mr. Russell?
Vis-a-vis Mark Ryan and the recommendations from many a moon ago, have they all been implemented? Has the mentality of the department changed how they in the way that they approach their work to reflect the lessons from Mr. Ryan's career and life situations?
Yeah. And for the benefit of newer council members, Mark Ryan was a Columbus firefighter. He was diagnosed with occupational cancer maybe 2012, 2013. And really, he really started the push in the state of Ohio. He's still around, despite the odds, because he was not given a good prognosis. We hosted him up here for kind of a regional presentation, I guess, at the University of Findlay in 2015, I believe, 2015 or 2016. And I believe all of those cancer prevention measures have been implemented. Something that we included in the CBA this year, the one that was just adopted, was cancer screenings for firefighters, just because of that occupational cancer risk. Yeah. So I believe they've all been implemented. Yeah, and if you remember, that was really a push by the employees to get those things in place. So it didn't take much prodding for them to adopt, really jump on board and support those efforts. So I've had a lot of people with cancer within our fire department. Fortunately, most of those have turned out pretty well. So
Is it all inhalation issues?
Inhalation and absorption through the skin.
Absorption.
Yeah, absorption rates just skyrocket to about 400% for every 5 degrees that your skin temperature goes up. So it's your body's
What are we absorbing?
Any airborne contaminants at a fire scene.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just that constant off-gassing of things that are burnt, all those petroleum products.
Thank you.
And we're keeping an eye. There also is some new data showing that a lot of the turnout gear is made out of fire-resistant PFAS materials that also can pose a risk. So we're keeping an eye on what new technologies come out to see, again, when you're exposed to those high heats, if we need to replace the turnout gear. But right now, there's not really good alternative products.
Yeah.
You're good. Any other questions for the chief? All right.
Thank you,
Chief.
All right.
Keep
Drive
up the
safe. I didn't
yes,
know you were
drive
headed
safe.
back.
Hey, my pleasure.
Don't take NyQuil until you get to your destination.
No, I'm good.
Good evening. Lisa Mansfield with the Recreation Department. Didn't have a whole lot of changes in our 24 to 25 budget. And looking at it, the personnel, the same as everybody else, the increases there. We still maintained the 5 full-time staff members. Our seasonal staff always fluctuates just a little bit. Right now it's at 24, and in that 24 it also includes our Learn to Skate coaches, which is 6. Just to kind of touch on where recreation falls into the city's strategic plan, in looking at it, I saw 3 areas that I felt we tied in well. In looking at the thriving business environment, when you look at what the recreation-driven tournaments does for our hotels, restaurants, gas stations, convenience stores, pretty obvious what you see, the impact there. In looking at the attractive place to live, learn, work, and play, play, it's right there. The facilities and the programs that we promote, play activity for the residents. And then an active community. We offer a diverse amenities and opportunities to support active lifestyles, and looking at the facility that we maintain along with all of the parks that we have throughout the city. So just kind of hitting on those highlights. And looking at our budget for 25, the other item we already talked about with the wages. The big increase that we showed was in the investment in the R&M buildings and grounds. We plan on doing some electrical upgrades in the ice arena. In addition to those electrical upgrades, we also plan on converting all of our lighting in the arena and in the offices and lobby area to LED. We've been looking into that. Excuse me. And then the other thing that's a major increase in the cost, we anticipate doing some fence work out at the playground at the Miracle Field, just to kind of enclose the rest of it on that backside, so that kids can't go running out into the parking lot areas. We also have in our budget, we talk about the chargebacks with the different departments. We anticipate doing another round of parking lot sealing. And when we do that, we budget for the materials, and then the street department comes out and performs the work. So we have $8,000 in our budget for the chargeback for that labor. In addition, just in case anything would come up, we'd have any kind of problems that we would have to have them come out and assist us with. The capital improvements, pretty self-explanatory there in the notes. The big one is the whole building generator. Being a emergency Red Cross site, back in '07, we were housing people when the floods happened. This way, if there's power outages along with those, we will be able to still support that, as well as the continuing of operations. Should something happen to the municipal building, some of the departments have plans to be able to come out there to be housed. So just to be able to continue those day-to-day operations as needed. To look at our 24 accomplishments, this year we were able to host 7 weeks of USA hockey camps that typically would have been run at BGSU. They had a $5 million renovation at their ice rink, so they pointed them to our direction, and we were able to take care of that. In working in that relationship, we've actually been able to generate an additional tournament that we weren't running previously, and we've also started to see a little more interaction with some of BGSU's club sports. When they don't have facilities available, they're reaching out to us. We even had some baseball that they played with us this year. So to continue to work on growing those relationships. As far as our summer and fall tournaments go, we hosted 21 tournaments at the Diamonds this year. Of that, 12 of them rolled over to Swale Park due to the size. And then 2 of them ended up at Emory Adams, along with using all of the fields that we have throughout the entire city, all of our single fields and everything. And still, they had to go to Macomb and use 2 or 3 more fields. So while they're not renting fields from us in Macomb, they're still staying in our hotels, so that's always a plus in that front as well. When we had the ice out, we were able to do dry floor events. And then our Keep Active program, we were able to host 10 outdoor events utilizing our different city parks. We always like to go out to the different neighborhoods, be able to reach some of those kids that may not have transportation to get to some of the other bigger parks. We come right into their neighborhoods and bring games for them to play right there. As well as that, we also hosted a board game night at our meeting room inside the Cube, where we had different board games that families could come in and play, along with using some of our backyard games. And then the Keep Active also participated in the National Night Out, Camp 911, Bike Rodeo, and the Library Summer Read Kickoff event. Looking at our 25 objectives, if you haven't heard about the Flag City Sluggers, they're coming. Summer Collegiate Baseball League. We've been in the process of making some seating upgrades to be able to accommodate the requirements that the league that they're participating in has. So we'll be putting in some additional bleachers there. They're scheduled to come in the third week of December. So we'll be putting those together over the winter, having those in place for the spring for them. We are looking at, through our seasonal, so this isn't going to be an additional cost. This is already included in our seasonal line item that we typically have. But we are looking at building an internship position to be able to start overseeing that Keep Active program, look at ways to be able to explore new options of different programs that we might be able to do. Want to continue to do our partnerships with BGSU and the USA Hockey. I don't think we're going to see 7 weeks of hockey tournaments in the summer, but we have talked about expanding those programs that they're doing. They're going to go back to BG, but still being able to do some in Findlay in addition to those that they would typically do. So we never want to take away from another ice rink, but we will definitely work with them and collaborate with them. So. And then the big thing that you're going to see coming in 25, working in collaboration with the Miracle League, we received a grant for an outdoor fitness park. And so we have been working, there was a small committee made up of different members within the community from the healthcare, physical fitness, rehab, different business owners to determine what pieces we would like to see. We've now submitted that information back to Matt Cardonier, and he's going to be getting ready to put that out for the bids. So that's going to be coming here down the road, breaking ground sometime in 25. So, any questions?
Is that contiguous to the existing playground area, or?
Yeah, so what we're going to try to do, we're going to try to incorporate it around the Miracle Field. So part of it will be between the playground and the field on that little slope. We're trying to think of like stairs that we're trying to look at ways that the grant was geared towards adults. So we want to make sure that it's taking into account the special needs community, but also aging people. And I say me in that because I hit that 50 number now. So we, as we start seeing additional ailments, rehabs, things like that, it's another option. It's a place where people can go outside of true.
I'm quite familiar with additional ailments over the last few weeks, ma'am.
I cannot be responsible for my husband's classes.
How many more? You run a tight ship, so how many more leagues can we bring in before you have to start turning them away?
Leagues
or anything. I mean, I guess.
If there's an opening, I'm going to fill it. I mean, that's the simple answer.
You still have space to bring in.
There's different options. Yeah, we have to be real strategic with how we schedule it. But when people reach out, I look at the schedule, and this is where the collaborations work. Like when we talk about the ice rink, especially, it's a great example. Jamie Behringer and BG, she and I have a great relationship. And if somebody reaches out to me and they're like, hey, I want to run this tournament, and I look at my schedule, I was like, well, I can accommodate 2 of those dates, but I can't the other 2. I can reach out to Jamie and say, hey, what's your schedule look like? Do you have any windows here? So we've done that multiple times. It started in COVID, and then it's carried over where it's that back and forth relationship.
I think it's really appreciated in the community, and I think you do a great
Thank
job.
you.
Yeah, Mr.
I just
Greeno?
wanted to say, the Big 5-0 is not that old yet. So,
It is,
it gets
you
a lot
know,
worse as we go on.
Like
so.
when
But-
I look at, in my head, I think I'm 21, and then I look in the mirror and I know I'm not. So
I just wanted to make a comment though about the Miracle League. That is such a great asset to our community. And I believe they're adding 2 new teams for next year.
They
So
are.
that shows that there is a need
Yes.
for that facility. And you guys do a great job of keeping it up and keeping it running.
Thank you.
If I may echo that, I have the luxury of traveling the East Coast with some of my kids in their sporting activities, and there are other Miracle Leagues in some of the complexes that I get to travel to, and ours is second to none. We absolutely have a gem over there for our community.
Mr. Russell?
Yeah, I was speaking with Joe Fenimore concerning the Sluggers, and I am very excited. And Joe was extremely complimentary of you and the city working with them. I am, with zero knowledge involved, concerned how this can work out there, and that they can find a financially viable options out there, and I just hope that we are bending over backwards to figure out ways to make this thing work, because I think it can really be a benefit on both sides. Is there a team put together that's other than just yourself that is kind of like the city's flag city Sluggers team that is working on all these different types of aspects of what's going to be involved to host them for the summer?
I mean, we talk with the staff pretty much all the time. You know, I get a lot of our staff input. Rob and I have a lot of conversations about what we think this big picture is going to look like. And to quote Rob, we keep looking at mutually beneficial. So, you know, the big thing that I always look at in dealing with all of our different sports organizations, whether it's baseball, softball, ice rink, I try to be even across the board. What I let one do, I let them all do. If I tell somebody they can't do something, there's a reason why, because of how it ties in with everybody else. So trying to be fair, because the one thing I never want to get into is, well, you let them do it, but you won't let me do it type of a scenario. So we've had those conversations with the Sluggers, and while the answer might not be, yeah, let's do this, I always look at, well, we might not be able to do this, but what about this? So trying to figure out how we balance that out so that we don't start giving the moon to one of the groups and leave somebody else out.
But towards that fairness, if this baseball league has needs that are unique to them, you know, you'd offer the same thing to any other baseball league that would be there, and Findlay Youth Baseball is not akin to the Sluggers, and so when everybody has to be on even keel, we can only run as fast as the slowest runner, but that's not a point worth belittling here. Joe was he just sung your praises, and I appreciated hearing it as a council rep, and just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. Mr. DeArmond, did you have something? You're good?
Let's move on.
Okay. Very good. Thanks,
Thank
Lisa.
you.
And I just want to give Lisa and her team a shout out. You know, a lot of our departments work all over the time, and Lisa is out there sometimes at 4 a.m. and leaving at 11 p.m. and same for her team. So thank you for all the challenging hours that you put up with. So, all right, computer services, Brent. And while Brent is coming forward, I'm going to give him a shout out because he's been managing the live stream, and to Jeremy, who has been our stage manager, texting the departments, letting them know how we've been flowing and when they should expect to be ready to go.
Hello, my name is Brent Schrader. I'm the Computer Services Department Manager. My team's responsible for supporting the computer needs of every department in the city. It's our job to make sure technology works so that the city employees are able to do their jobs more efficiently and keep the community running smoothly. A couple quick highlights from 2024. We completed an initiative to modernize our physical security at remote locations through installation of electronic door locks. We'll be continuing or following up that process by updating door locks throughout the municipal building here and other places that had older door locks that are not really as secure as they should be. As Chief Matthias mentioned, we got the dark backup site working for dispatch out at Fire Station 4. That's fully functional for use by both the city police dispatch and the sheriff's office, should it be needed in the future. We installed a fiber optic cable out at the water pollution control plant in coordination with staff from that office, and we're able to do away with some older wireless technology that was, problematic out there. So that future-proof that facility for the foreseeable future as far as network connectivity goes. Lastly, we've been working on rolling out a multi-factor authentication initiative throughout the city that's going to help further secure our systems and hopefully keep the bad guys out. So one other thing not mentioned on the sheet, starting in 2024, we started doing chargebacks to the county sheriff's office for supporting their the New World system that we're hosting on our servers. So that money is going back into our general fund each year. So we are making a little bit of money for the city, I guess. Charge more. Yeah. Yep.
Especially if they close the jail.
Right. For 2025 budget, the increases that we're seeing on that is mainly being driven by a couple factors, including requests for increased headcount, as well as changes to our software costs. So in order to keep up with the technology needs of the city and make sure we're keeping up with, security threats, we're looking to add headcount to our department. What we're hoping to do is move our current help desk position over to a system administrator role, and then backfill that help desk position. So, and in addition to that, Chief Matthias mentioned we'd like to have a dedicated IT staff for the police department, and that would be basically transitioning responsibilities from a current uniformed police officer that's sitting behind a desk all day to an more IT specific person. So I feel like that would, everybody feels like that would, streamline how our processes go right now, because having an officer that isn't as fluent in IT, working on IT stuff, and then trying to interact with us, it causes some barriers from time to time. So, but that would be more of a cost relocation there, moving the responsibilities from that department to ours. So, we'd hope to see, I guess, not much of a decrease in the police department, but we'd at least get have more uniformed officers being available to be on the street rather than sitting behind a desk. So, the other major driver of the budget is the software line item. Software prices continuing to increase across the board. We're also planning a switch to Microsoft 365 next year. Our current solution's been doing well for us over the past 8 years, but vendors are continuing to push, and we're at the point where we can't really continue on premise anymore. So we're going to have a fairly significant increase with that. This again is another kind of cost relocation, because along with Microsoft 365, we'll have each user will have the full Microsoft Office suite. Currently, each department pays for their license individually. Going forward, that'll come out of our budget. And, it'll be back charged as we typically do with our entire budget. So But that said, you know, a couple of our increases should see decreases in other departments' budgets. So, other than that, we're continuing to try keeping costs down by moving to more multi-year agreements with licensing and software wherever possible. And we have seen 30 to 40% reduction in yearly cost as compared to going with year-to-year renewals on stuff. So we're, like I said, we're doing that where we can and trying to keep costs down as much as possible. So. But otherwise, we're confident that we'll continue to meet the security challenges that come every day, and you know, keep up with technology improvements that the city needs to move forward. So, any questions?
Mr. Wobser?
Brent, your additional 1.5 head count, is that the one person, is that to replace the sergeant?
Yeah, so for the police specific position, we didn't foresee a need for that until closer to halfway through the year. We want to have that person be available to work with Sergeant Walters for, you know, several months, but I think his retirement right now is planned for early 26. So we want
So
to
that's
try
the
to-
half a person?
Yeah, that'd be for half the year. So,
Okay.
and then next year would be a full.
And then the other person was what was the other full-time person then?
That would be a replacement to the help desk position because we're moving our current help desk employee up to a system administrator position.
You've got enough cybersecurity around our water and sewer plants to keep those things working in
Yep.
case of for whatever reason, that somebody'd love to take control of
Right.
those things?
Yeah, that's every day what we're focusing on. Having this system administrator role, which is currently done by myself and kind of mixed through everybody else in the department. I think that'd be a big benefit to the city, that we'd have somebody dedicated that can focus more on, you know, keeping servers secure and you know, more dedicated positions to that type of thing. So that's what we're looking to gain with this, and then, you know, trying to get all of our staff on board with more of the security aspects. So
very good.
And one thing I'd mention on that as well, if you recall, as we've done different cybersecurity tests, we also have the ability to take the systems offline and run them manually if there is an attack, so that they're not taken over. We're able to kind of cut the feed, for lack of a better term.
Right.
Do we ever do that?
Yeah, we do testing.
Like take them offline and run things manually?
I believe so. I know our team does the manual to make sure that they all know the
Right.
operations and are able to do it. I'm not sure if they take it completely offline.
The water treatment plant will periodically operate without using any of their systems. And just to note, that system is fully disconnected from the internet. There is an air gap there. We do have the ability to, you know, connect it for very small periods of time if a vendor needs to remote in to do something, but that requires a physical cable being plugged into a switch. They do their thing, that cable gets unplugged. So.
Of course, as I always like to say, you know, IT is not always appreciated until there's a problem. We appreciate the lack of problems. So Brent, thank you
Yep.
for all of your hard work and your team, and certainly for managing the challenging world of IT.
Mhm.
Any questions? Very good. Thanks, Brent.
Yep, thank you.
All right, zoning, Eric.
Welcome back, President. Good evening, council. It looks like you guys are ready to get out of here, so I'll go quick, make it sweet, short. So, as you well know, I'm Eric Atkins. I'm the City of Findlay zoning administrator and floodplain manager. The zoning department, as you all know too, it plays an integral role in making the City of Findlay a place you want to live, learn, play, work, invest,
and raise a family in through the enforcement of the zoning code and through the enforcement of our neighborhood property enforcement. Where my department is also responsible for keeping the integrity of the floodplain and enforcing the regulations in the 100-year floodplain for all development and home development in the city. So some budget highlights for my proposal for 2025. This year, as well as other years in the past, my budget request is remaining flat. It does include items to assist our special service officer for property cleanups, demolitions, weeds and assessments. That's all included to help his job work more efficiently. And as you can see, I did add seasonal part-time help possibly in the 2025 year, just to help with some inspections and whatnot through the city. So 2024 highlights. I feel like there's no feedback. Can't tell. Yeah, I know on YouTube it's showing up nice and fine. So some of my 2024 highlights, we have began to implement the zoning code that was passed by council earlier this year. Engineering and zoning completed the phase 1 of the digitalization of the address files, the paper items that were in there. We have also remained steady in inspections and investigations on properties and permits, zoning permits. And we have began to address the community assessment visit from FEMA, which I just finally received all of my elevation certificates, so I'll be weeding through those here in the coming weeks, and eventually in Q1 we will be coming to council to have a discussion and see what the city can do to help those folks. Looking out to 2025's objectives, some of the highlights are going to be, and probably the most important right now, is working with Stantec and the Maumee Watershed Conservancy District to submit the letter of map revision for the phase 1 benching that was completed, that you guys graciously helped us obtain the remainder of the property. It's finally done. So now we can start to hopefully get that panel of map completed, so it's going to start having a little bit of effect for the community in that area, especially downstream from the project. We will continue to work through the community assessment visit and hopefully come to a conclusion to get all the property owners compliant with what FEMA found in our visit. Another big important thing in that community assessment visit was FEMA recognized that our flood code was out of date with regulations, and wording was a little bit off, so they required that we update the flood code. So you'll be seeing that in Q1 or Q2 of next year. More likely it'll go to Planning and Zoning Committee to start before coming to council as a whole. And then finally, phase 2 of our scanning project with the engineering department will hopefully come to a conclusion. The next phase of that will be taking those digital items, converting them to microfilm, per the requirement of the records retentions committee. So open for questions.
Mr. Russell?
So Eric or Mayor, couple of questions. First, how is your 2024 projection for personal services down 40,000 from the original budget? And secondly, is the 2025 request based off of the 2024 projection or off the 2024 original budget? Because everybody else is coming in on personal services with much larger increases, yet yours is sub 3%. And so this one just sticks out. I have a big red question mark above it, and I there's got to be some more explanation
Go ahead,
as
Eric.
to what's going on.
So as you remember last year, we lost a seasoned employee to retirement. So that caused the numbers to go down because you lost that higher number and you brought in a lower number. So there was that offset of $40,000 roughly. So new employees made that lesser of a number. What was the second question you asked?
And then so the 2025 request is really based off of the 2024 projection and the lower paid employee.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And unfortunately, I mean, at the beginning of next year, we'll be possibly we'll have some movement around with one of our employees unfortunately leaving us. So we will be looking to replace that employee as well. So the numbers could actually jump a little bit lower than what they are proposed for the 2025 request as well.
You show your zoning permits were issued and then the cases open and closed. Were those an increase or a decrease over the previous year?
They usually, I mean, they're staying around the same number, give or take 50 to 100 maybe. I mean, it's varied throughout. It's at an equal plateau. So we're making the same amount of visits. What that shows and what isn't reality is, there may be 474 zoning permits that were closed. I would say double or triple that number for inspections made on each of the properties because we're going out there multiple times, whether it's for location at the beginning for a footer or location from the property owner, making sure that they're not going into the neighbor's property, going out during the project, then closing it out to make sure that they stayed at their exact spot. So.
And we will continue in probably mid-January, second meeting of January or first meeting of February. We'll also have obviously annual KPI to give better comparisons of that data. Mr. DeArmond?
The 35 cases of property abatement and see how the city can help them. That will be an exciting conversation.
So that property abatement is actually Officer Smith's numbers.
I thought this was
we have probably I think 19 properties in that community assessment visit that are actual fixes to a property that we may need or may not need to make. But that would be that discussion that we'll have at a later time at another venue.
Councilwoman Frischie and then Mr. Greeno.
2 questions for you, Eric. The half employee seasonal, is that because you said it was to support Officer Smith? Is that what?
That's going to be for more of a zoning purpose to make sure that we always have somebody at our front end to answer questions, whether it's myself or Jody Mathias.
So it's not
to free up to have them actually go out and do the footer inspections, be like maybe 10 hours, 20 hours a week, if that, during a seasonal time period.
Okay, I thought maybe we were talking about homeless camps and
no.
So there being such a small department, being out in the community, sometimes a lot of people come in and want to have permit conversations. So try to be efficient and actually be responsive to the individuals, having that additional person during our busy season is going to help them be more efficient in the community.
I wasn't questioning it. I was just curious if it had to do with the homeless camps and doing the cleanups, but it does not.
Well, we're outlawing those, so that should clean it up pretty quickly.
And
Mr.
then
Greeno?
I had one other question. The second question was on the FEMA money. You said you got those property things back. Do you have an idea on a budget of what we're looking at spending to deal? I think, was it like 15, 17 properties? We originally budgeted just a couple thousand.
Crunching those numbers right now. I'll have whenever I come to council. I'm in the process of looking for some contractors to see if they'd be able to do the work that I need to have done, or the city would need to have done. But I do have materials and the amount of materials that we would need, so at least that number will come to council. Hopefully I'll have labor put into those numbers as well.
Like less than
Ballpark
100,000,
materials,
less than
I would say, Materials don't quote me, I don't want,
No.
but materials could possibly be in the 10 to 15,000 range for the total of the 17 properties, just for materials.
Thank you.
And I'll break that down in a
Sure you
spreadsheet
will. I
that
was just kinda
Rob
getting
will share with
aspect,
you.
yep.
Yes,
Eric,
ma'am.
the property violations, is that, it's a 485, is that kind of medium range, or we
That-
seen an increase or decrease in any of that?
That is a range that is staying consistent with Officer Smith.
Pretty consistent.
Then maybe possibly in the next year, you may see that number go up a little bit because he is going to be just a little bit more proactive in if there's a neighborhood that has complaints, he may just drive around the block and just see if there's other issues in that neighborhood, to take care of, beautify our neighborhoods a little bit more.
Yeah, right now he's being more so just kind of acting on complaints that we receive, and we've been saying, no, we want you to go be proactive as you're driving past things, to go to one, make sure you're looking around and notifying everybody. And he does a great job, as does Eric, of, when an issue is identified, working with a property owner, giving them time, kind of putting together a game plan to get things cleaned up.
Because these are just complaint-based.
Yeah, right now they're complaint based, but a lot of time you get individuals that are afraid to complain about a property, and then they'll wait 8 months and then say, "Hey, why have you guys done anything to this property yet?" We haven't had a complaint, but now it's getting a little bit more proactive. And what's that? Officer Smith does a great job.
Your point, Councilwoman Frischie, we actually walk lockstep with the legal department to make sure we're doing things as they should be, so.
All right. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate your time.
You guys have a good evening.
All right. City income tax, Mary. Tanya's here to cheer her on.
Good evening. I'm Mary Price, the Income Tax Administrator for the City Income Tax Department. Our department is in charge of administering and collecting city income taxes and ensuring that the city has the revenue to operate while making it as convenient as possible for the public to report to our office as they are obligated. So looking at the strategic plan connection, obviously we are a major part of continuing to ensure the city's long-term financial strength and stability, while continuing to protect the 1% income tax rate. Looking at 2024, the City Income Tax Department collections as of yesterday were down about 9% year-to-date from 2023 collections as expected, largely due to the decrease in business collections this year, as has been mentioned several times, compared to last year. Withholding and individual collections are remaining with a steady increase for 2024, though. I will also note we are still up approximately 23% approximately from 2019's collections year to date. So that's pretty significant. Looking at our 2024 operating budget, projected to return approximately 8% of our original budget back to the general fund. Looking at personal services, the original budget for 2024 is pretty accurate to our projection, largely due to making two promotions internally this year. Going into 2025, I plan on maintaining the same staff number that we are currently at, while potentially promoting internally for two new tax administrator, agent 3 and 4 roles that are in the new salary ordinance. We are still planning on hiring one seasonal temp agency employee as well. Looking at 2025, we've got an increase in postage due to rising costs of postage. We've had 2 postage increases in 2024 alone, so not looking at anything different going into 2025, unfortunately. We're hoping for different, but not expecting it. Looking at the refunds line item, that is not included in the other numbers on the chart, but looking at the refunds line item, because that's a hot topic in recent years, it increased during 2023 and again this year due to large business refund requests. The number of refund requests this year has remained similar to last year. Year to date, we have paid out 1,115 refunds, and in 2023, we paid out 1,164. So, obviously, the amount expended in refunds is going to be heavily skewed this year with our large $2.8 million refund request that will be paid out before the end of this year. We've also budgeted for the increase in software in 2024, going into 2025 as well, due to support costs for our new software, City Tax. The new City Tax software has now been live for a year. We've got online filing portal capabilities for the general public as of late March of this year. We have received lots of positive feedback overall with the online filing portal and have had more utilization of it than we expected for the first year. So looking to obviously make some continued improvements on that going into 2025. The new software has also majorly assisted in our compliance efforts, as we have been able to better track and address delinquent payments and non-filers much more efficiently than we were before. We've got, seems like constant various cross-training major measures are taken and have continued to form a more well-rounded department. Tanya Stillberger was promoted as the assistant to the tax administrator role and has done a great job in taking on more responsibilities. Holly Checkeye was promoted to the City Income Tax Operations Coordinator role and has been given the task of writing standard operating procedures for all of our processes within the department. Looking at 2025 objectives really quickly, we are hoping for a successful launch of online filing portal capability for all of the villages to the public. Currently, we just have Finley return capabilities, so looking to open that up to all of the villages that we administer and collect for. Also, additionally, a note for the 2025 tax year, we will be imposing the 1% administrative fee for all village collections, which we will see the effect of in early 2026. We'll continue to seek more efficiency and effectiveness of daily processes, continue past due collections through the Ohio Attorney General and local attorney Scott Basinger, and progress in filing compliance research.
Very good. Thanks, Mary. Yes, of course. Councilwoman Fisher.
On the booklet, they do not have a line item for temp agency for 25. So if you're going to have somebody in there, we probably have to update that one. For you said
Okay, I probably misspoke. Last year we hired him internally, just part-time employee through the city.
Okay, so you're not going to do it then, or you are? I mean,
We
you
would-
are. We just need to give you a little budget line update.
Right, we would.
that's all.
I think that I'm sorry, I misspoke. We'll probably just do part-time through city.
Okay.
Other questions, comments? Dan?
So on the 1%, did we get any blowback from other communities when we implemented that? They were okay with that?
Yeah, I didn't hear any, honestly, I didn't hear a lot of feedback, period, other than they
Okay.
just
No problem.
signed the revised
All right.
agreements and sent
Sounds
them back
like
in.
we need to
so-
go to 2.
That's already part of the plan. Read the notes. All right, other questions? All right, thanks,
All right,
Mary, appreciate
thanks.
it. Sorry you guys got put at the end. Amanda, airport. Want to give Amanda a shout out. She's been in and out doing her job, managing airplanes landing at the airport. So glad everything hopefully went well.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Good evening, council members, and thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Amanda McGee. I'm the airport director. The airport budget summary, you did get I don't know if you got the new updated budget summary in your binders, but I just provided this to the mayor's office this morning, maybe early afternoon, I'm not sure, with updated numbers for those expenses and revenues. What's that? Yes. I have copies if you want one.
Can I
I
get a
do.
copy?
I do. I have several.
Thank you, ma'am. You want me to pass them around? I'll just do it. You do your thing.
Wow, Councilwoman Freeshe's getting those around for me. Thank you. I'll go through. I did. Oh my gosh.
That's how you can tell the difference from old to new.
Sorry. You want to talk
Let's
about
change
old?
the
Look at this font.
Personnel change 22.10%.
All right. So our budget summary sheet looks a little bit different than everyone else's because I think it was important to include the revenue projection or the revenues as well as the expenses so that you can kind of see that as our expenses grow, but so do our revenues. So you guys got that. You can see that. Most of the airport's expense increases are because of personnel costs, just like everyone else. The other expenses on there are just slightly more than the revenue figures. The airport has accounted for a wage adjustment as well as a 6% wage increase. Family changes will increase the 2025 personnel budget by $14,160. That was not on your previous budget summary sheet because since you've received that binder, some employees have had some familial changes which will impact the insurance and things like that. And we also intend to bring on a part-time employee during the busier summer months of 2025. In 2024, we were able to improve our Jet A fuel farm, upgrade the terminal restrooms to be ADA compliant, house an FAA designated medical examiner on the airfield to provide flight physicals to pilots, repair the existing electronic gates and install a new one, seal the roofs on A1 or A-row hangars as well as the shop, and finally repair the pavement around the C-row hangars. In 2024, we achieved so much. The team developed and implemented a runway de-icing program. This has taken runway de-icing down from 5 hours, roughly, to about 1 hour. The cost for this service, were costs incurred, but those are passed on to those airport users. The team implemented a robust equipment and facilities maintenance program in 2024. Those hangars were kept 100% occupied, and we have maintained a wait list for those hangars. We also hosted the Wings and Wheels event that raised money for the Flag City Honor Flight and scholarships for pilot training. We hosted a fly-in for the solar eclipse and had 75 aircraft in attendance. We provided airport tours to several groups that included Something Special Learning, Hancock Leadership Groups, the Macomb Rotarians. We participated in Raise the Bar Career Day at Owens Community College and Girls Day in Aviation, as well as a legislative event last week in Columbus. The airport has had a record-breaking year in 100 low-lead fuel sales. The sales increased by over 50%. About a quarter of those sales were in July alone. Notably, Jet A fuel sales increased by nearly 28% this year too. We did continue professional development with leadership classes for our employees as well as Microsoft Excel courses and federal and state workshops. Moving along to 2025, we want to be implementing a point-of-sale system. We will acquire an ADSB system to collect aircraft arrival and departure information. Information will be used when competing for grant dollars. We will be breaking ground on the runway 725 rehabilitation project. The doors and windows in the terminal will be replaced using grant dollars. The cold storage building will be constructed, and the airport will begin work on the master plan and continues to support efforts to be used as an economic development tool. Any questions?
Grant?
Is there any concern that the runway rehab project might negatively affect fuel sales from people that have options going elsewhere just to avoid any kind of construction issues? I mean, I know that obviously you'll still have an ability to land, but is that a concern?
I love that you've asked this question, Mr. Russell, because actually it won't impact. There will be only a couple of days of full, both runways being closed at one time, and that's just when they're working within that intersection. Otherwise, our primary runway 1836 will remain open for the duration of the construction, and it shouldn't detract from any operations at the airport. I don't have concerns there. No, sir.
But then obviously scheduling won't, the scheduling of full closures would like avoid things like Oshkosh, correct?
Oh, people are going to still come for Oshkosh.
Well, not if you don't have runways open.
We will, the runways will not be closed during Oshkosh traffic season. I can guarantee you that. We have unbeatable fuel prices in the area, and people are going to come to Findlay, FDY, for those fuel cost savings. So we will make sure that that runway is open for them.
Very good. Ms. Frischie?
So 2 questions. How do we have such better pricing than everybody else around us?
Also, good question. We're not branded by a fuel vendor. A lot of airports, most all of them, I think, are under contract with a fuel provider, and we don't do that, which allows us the ability to go shop around for fuel prices, and we can kind of negotiate that.
Okay.
Every Tuesday.
Every
actually.
Tuesday. Okay. And then on the personal services, so do we not go off the booklet now? Are these numbers all different, like for salary and everything?
These numbers are different now.
So do
They're
we have,
correct on this.
So it literally, she just found out about the familial changes this week, so there will be updates to your budget book to reflect that. So you should look at the one in front of you that she provided.
It's approximately $14,000 different because
Correct.
they had the insurance costs of a family member that was a change. So the actual labor costs are the same. It's the benefit with the insurance.
that's what I was looking at, the labor the salary
The
cost, that's
salary will
not
be the
changing.
same. Correct. It's
Okay.
the actual health insurance, which is approximately just over $14,000 added for that.
Okay. And hiring a part-time person won't help decrease your overtime? Not that you have a terrible amount by any means.
Hopefully it'll help us decrease our overtime because we incur a lot of overtime costs, especially during July, during that Oshkosh season, because we're working round the clock. So hopefully
Fingers crossed.
it should help alleviate those overtime costs.
Mr. DeArmond?
Your point of sale system, do we get to the finish line here, or?
Well, thankfully, the auditors and the airport have been working really hard on this, Willow actually specifically. And we see the finish line, so.
But we had a drop dead at the end of the year, right?
Correct,
Okay.
correct. We finished our trial period. We are buttoning things up with them and looking at their contracts and things like that. That's where we're at.
All right, so we're gonna get there by the end of the calendar year? That's
We
kind of the,
Not to the end of the calendar year with a change in a software system. We're looking at probably late January or early February.
Okay, I almost threw up when you said late July. Woo. Okay.
Don't throw up. I'm a sympathetic vomiter, so let's not do that.
All right.
They are motivated just as much as we are to get
Okay,
moving
all right,
on a
okay,
point of
good.
sale system. So.
okay. All right, first. Yeah.
Fair.
How do people pay for their fuel now if they're not doing it on credit card?
Fair enough. That's okay. All right.
Councilwoman Frischie, I kid you not. We actually fill out a paper form that I scan in every week and email to them, and then I wait a month or so to get paid.
Oh.
Yeah. This is a
And-
priority
but
form.
that's with those fuel specific cards, AvCard multi-service. Those retail cards like your MasterCard, Visa and things like that, those are swiped through a credit card machine. So I'm exaggerating a bit, but those fuel cards that are used for the majority of the time for those larger purchases, we literally fill out a paper ticket and email it in.
So this will eliminate paper.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, ma'am.
Hopefully get paid faster.
Get paid much faster. Yes.
And again, I want to give a shout out. Amanda does a wonderful job. Her team does a fantastic job. Kyle talks about, he's the one that sits and watches the markets and determines when to buy and which contract to go with, and it's pretty much like a day trader trying to figure out how
loves
to
it.
how to
He
manage
loves
our
it.
yeah. And so I appreciate the work your team does.
you.
All right, engineering.
Thank you.
Jeremy. Thanks, Amanda.
Jeremy, you've been so quiet.
Yeah, we can keep it that way too. Just the rest of the year, just keep it. So you guys know Jeremy Kell, Mayor and Rob let me come here every Monday through Friday to hang out. So no, but seriously, with our budget, there's no significant change with it. Only going up about 0.79% with it. Kind of like with Eric, we share a administrative assistant with that. So with losing the season person with that and adding a newer one in that helps cut down some of the costs. My health insurance went down because of some other reasonings. And then also working through, we do pretty much a lot of project work. So we charge back our time. So we make sure our inspectors and our project managers and all that charge back their time to the project to help offset those costs. So that way our time that's within engineering is accounted for within the project. So we try to make sure we account for those dollars on that. And then really with the other line item, was able to reduce some stuff, kind of looking through and working with administration stuff and Rob and the mayor on what we're looking at, from previously before I started to now. I can start seeing kind of trends in where we are spending stuff and how much we're spending stuff and what we're not spending on and what we're not efficiently utilizing. So there was some software that we really weren't utilizing to the potential, such as like Bluebeam. It's simple as a PDF thing where not everyone was needing the high end, only a couple people. So we cut them down with that. There's some other things. I know it, if you look kind of the line items, it's $100 here and there. It's $1,000 here and there, but those start adding up. So in the line item for the other, that's why you see that drop. Is just looking at efficiencies on how we can continue on, make sure that we're not overspending on anything. Really, with the capital improvement, the achievements, and all that kind of stuff, we kind of talked throughout the year, and departments kind of hit on it too. We're involved in pretty much all the projects that are going around. We have a lot of long-term control plans out there. We have master plans out there. We're involved with all that kind of stuff. We work closely with HRPC, with the mayor's office, and other departments for grant funds. Ran some quick numbers. Last year we applied for $16.1 million in grant funds. Right now and it has not all been appropriated or anything like that, but we have been notified that we were awarded have been awarded 9.9 million of that. There's still that we're waiting to hear back. So you'll be seeing a lot of that being appropriated in 25, but it's kind of waiting for, because it's federal or state funds on when they release those. A big portion of that is the airport. We received between ODOT and FAA, we're going to be receiving about 5.5 million to cover the cost of that rehab of 725. So, that's a big chunk there, but we get a lot of funds through there. But really with the capital plan over the next, what we do with the 10-year capital plan, still going to keep building on that. Like we said before, that is a living document that we want to keep expanding on and try to add more and more information. So that way it becomes a valuable piece of literature for our departments, for you guys, for the auditor's office, for anyone, for the public, so that way they can kind of see how we go through the process, what our funding is, explain the project and stuff like that. So we'll continue to find ways to keep expanding on that over the next couple of years, so you'll be seeing it. But really, we got a lot of stuff going on, continue going on, still going to be pushing out projects. So if there's anything question-wise you guys have, I don't want to keep going on with, repeats of projects and stuff.
I just want to give Jeremy a huge shout out. He really is a invaluable asset to the city, and we have such a great team, but he truly is working with every single department to make sure all of their jobs are executed and that we're serving the community when they're doing projects and working on all of these different things. And so he does a wonderful job of managing those, working on grants, managing the nuances. And so I certainly appreciate him. I know Rob really appreciates him, and he's a great asset in our team. So thanks for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Questions? No worries. Thank you. All right. All right. So the administration will be brief. I think we have a slide. We didn't do a full budget summary sheet, really because all of the other sheets are kind of the work that we accomplish, as well as I did include a copy of the strategic plan, action items, and kind of tracking. Those are a lot of the other additional things that we work on a daily basis, and figuring out how we support. We did want to give a budget summary, and so just as you look at this, I pulled it quick out of the documents. The personnel line item, there's a change of about $25,000, 7%. That is, again, just the wage increases being applied across my department, as well as then in the other line item, the most significant change is related to right now, there are 2 visits to Japan budgeted in there related to a significant potential project that we're working on. So I'll probably go through and adjust that, and we can come back if that moves forward. And then let me look at my other little notes that I made here. And that's all wrapped up in transportation line item. I have $5,000 in my budget. That is for employee lunch and learns that we're planning to do throughout the year to help expose them to other departments. That's something that we heard from the employees, as well as providing professional development, kind of leadership development. And then the software and computer services is an increase of about $6,000. And so overall, my budget, that's kind of the increase there. Rob, you want to hit on yours?
Minor changes to mine. Things miscellaneous. My budget has a tendency, other than my allotment for computers that I use in my salary. It's kind of a catch-all for different things like professional services, Christmas lights downtown. For instance, bulk trash pickups and things like that fall under my budget. So just miscellaneous changes, but not a big spike this year.
Questions on those?
Any changes in headcount?
No.
No.
All right. With that, Ginger, you want to take it over? And we'll convene.
Okay, so we are going to start with council's budget. Okay, we're going to start with council's budget. You are on page 1 of the gray pages. There's really no significant changes. Last year, you guys during this process asked for money to be able to purchase your chairs. You're all sitting in your brand new chairs. I didn't purchase them. Is there any questions specific to council's budget? Or anything that you would like added? Is there any changes specific, or anything in council's budget you have questions for, or any changes you would like to make? Okay. Okay. All right, so the next budget that is on the list is the general expense budget. General expense budget is on page 18 of your gray pages. I am not going to go through all the pieces of this budget, but so that you understand, there was a question earlier about the jail costs. Jail costs are being budgeted for $1.2 million for next year. Again, that's not just for Hancock County Jail. That would also be for the jail usage for CCNO or any place else that they are using as a neighboring facility that they're housing prisoners at. The next kind of big item that you have on there is a line called health services. That's the $366,000 line. Just as a reminder to you, this is the amount of money after the health department left the city and became part of the Hancock Public Health. That is our required amount of money that we have to pay as a city for that particular purpose. I believe 2025 is the last year that it'll be that dollar amount. I think 2026 it will go up, but I don't remember for definite rate at this point in time.
Has that been a good deal for us when we merged those health departments?
Not for me to answer that question.
Is it, no, financially.
Yes.
Financially
Yes.
was?
I would say so.
Yeah.
I don't have the specific numbers, but I would say from an overall management and cost sharing and efficiency, the grants that they're able to bring in, it is definitely not, yeah, it's definitely been beneficial.
Just think of going through COVID with 2 health departments instead of 1.
When does the contract have to be re-upped with the health
think-
department?
It left. Either 2 or 3 years, so I think it was evaluated, and they pretty much present, there's a board for the county that they present
I
their,
vaguely
and
remember
then,
him doing, I just couldn't remember what the
yeah, I
term
think we did
was.
it, what, last year?
Was it last year? I couldn't remember if it was 1 or 2. Okay.
The object code on here for your, it says out AEP, it's outside AEP, the $540,000. That has to deal with the cost of the street lighting, not traffic signals, but the street lighting throughout the entire city. So anytime that there ends up being more street lighting, that cost is going to go up. So unless there ends up being some sort of technology change or something else, that's the cost of your street lights. Just as a note on here, there is a line on here called RTB contribution. That's supposed to be raise the bar contribution. There is no money budgeted for it for 2025 because as a council, you decided to go ahead and give $90,000 to raise the bar, and that should complete their request for annual contributions for $30,000 for several years. That is an amount that the city pays for the stream gauges on Lye Creek, the Blanchard River, in Eagle Creek. That is the amount that we have to pay to the US Geological, or yeah, that's the annual maintenance fee. Yeah, that's the annual maintenance fee.
we share the cost with that, and it gives like all the data, flood data, and all that kind of stuff. So.
Okay, then your next big items are on page 19 of this, having to do with the subsidies. The subsidies are for those funds that are supposed to be self-sufficient, but they are not because they don't get enough revenue for them. So the SCM&R is Street Construction Maintenance and Repair, also known as the Street Fund. The street subsidy for 2025 is going to be $895,000. The next item is the pool.
Is that material, or is that labor, or is that everything?
That could be everything. Depending upon how much money they're planning on spending in 2024 versus 2025, how much they say they're going to get in, how much revenue is coming in. The primary revenue for the SCM&R fund ends up being the gas tax and motor vehicle registrations. There is some calculation in here for, there's been a lot of discussion about chargebacks. There is some calculation in here for possible chargeback money coming in. But it's that number can change fluidly every year depending upon how much money they actually spend each year, based upon what the revenue was.
There is in your book, in the summary section, a full history. In the white pages, the graphs of your book, there's a full history of your subsidies, so you can trace them back over years. And any year there's a carry forward, you'll see in a couple of the funds a significant impact. Airport's probably the most significant one, where if they had cash at the end of the year, had unappropriated balances, they carried forward and it reduced the subsidy, so you see large swings. But generally, if you look at those graphs, you'll have a great idea as to how much you're subsidizing, as Ginzer said, funds that are supposed to be self-sufficient.
Okay. Your next one down there is the airport subsidy. Again, kind of reiterating what Jim has said, that 2025, it is not supposed to be subsidized for operations. Again, keep in mind that, again, all of these funds that I'm talking about here are supposed to be self-sufficient based upon the revenues that they bring in themselves. This is an operational subsidy. This is for their everyday process. These subsidies have to go through in order for you to adopt their 2025 budgets because they don't have enough revenue or cash balances otherwise. These particular funds, though, do get subsidized in another way. It just doesn't show up as an operational subsidy. So during the year when you do your capital appropriations for purchases of equipment, for street fund, airport parking, whatever it might be, those are technically subsidies because you're not using the money out of the street fund or the airport fund or the parking fund to purchase that money. So those are additional subsidies, unlike like water and sewer, who are an enterprise fund, who are supposed to be on their own, and they are purchasing their vehicles out of their own money. Your next one down is parking. Parking, this is the first time in quite a few years that parking is going to have to be subsidized. The reason for that is your operational costs are outpacing your revenues from fines and lot rents. It's been several years since you have evaluated the fines and lot rents for this particular fund. It is an enterprise fund. It is supposed to be self-sustaining. However, you can't adopt their 2025 budget the way it shows right now without having a subsidy. That's the reason why this number is in here.
Mayor, is there something we can do with that?
Well, yes. And probably 2 years ago, we actually did look at the fines and rentals and everything. I didn't feel comfortable implementing changes knowing that there was going to be a significant change to downtown parking with the building of the probate juvenile court building, and that then citizens using downtown parking were also going to be negatively impacted because of the ripple effect of employees. For example, sheriff's department employees are taking up 20 parking spots on Crawford Street. If people are now in a pickle and need to be in court and they can't find a parking spot that, can accommodate them, that's, So anyways, yes, we have looked at that. We need to figure out parking in general. That will be a larger conversation and certainly something that we can continue to evaluate.
So anything we can do for 25?
No, there's nothing that I would say, not tonight for 25. We can certainly have a conversation and maybe make a change later in the year.
Okay.
But we could look at our fining structure, for example. I know during my tenure at my previous employer, contractors who came in and got tickets from the city of Findlay called it the cheapest parking they ever encounter. And we could definitely make that more expensive.
Yes, we can have that conversation. Again, I just didn't feel right limiting people's options for parking and then charging them more for it.
I agree with Grant, though. Let's just raise it $2 and be done with it.
All right, street, sidewalk, and parking, your first item for 2025.
There you go. How about the pool? Does the Y come to us and request this money, or how does that work?
So these dollars here are actually to operate like the pumps and water and whatnot. We have a contract with the Y, and we actually give them $30,000. It was 25, but we're going to look at adjusting this 25 to the contract year to be adjusted. So the contract would be for $30,000 for them to actually operate the pool. So they hire and manage all the managers, the lifeguards, and all that stuff. They actually provide some chemicals and whatnot for the maintenance of the pH of the water and the chemical balance. But they manage the pool. We don't have to deal with it. They absorb some of the liability for actually managing the pool. It's not the business that we necessarily want to get into, but it is a sunk cost for our community. But this is more for our parks guys to actually maintain the pool and operate the pool from the city side on the larger scale of things. But it's that community asset that we have, and it functions, and we don't have to deal with managing lifeguards and other things like that. So,
And that's the building too, right?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
From a historical perspective, the pool has been subsidized since I've been here.
Right, yeah, the
Yeah.
pool's always been subsidized, yeah, and I think the Y's been running that for, gosh, Rob, it's got about 10 years now, I'd say. We're getting close to that, I would say. And they do a great job of it, because I remember back when the city was running it, and it wasn't so great. It just isn't our business, to hire a bunch of people that know anything about aquatics. It's a very specialized business, which the Y excels in. and I think they do it for a relatively good price.
All right, do you have any further questions regarding your general expense budget?
Can I ask, throughout all the budgets, all the budgets, we see the AEP and Hancock Wood expenditures for, obviously, for our buildings and stuff. But when we contract with a utility for gas or for electric, how much does that offset? Because we get a payment of some kind for doing the contracts, right? Or no? We don't get any offset?
No, back, gosh, probably 4 or 5 years ago, some of the aggregation programs would include like a grant back to the community if, like, as a percentage of the overall savings or something like that. I never actually saw those come to fruition. I don't know if the city ever received them. I think that company went out of business probably because they were trying to give too many sweetheart deals. But no, we don't receive any benefit from that. It really is just a savings to the residents through the aggregation program.
Okay.
That is something that Rob and I have been talking about, of trying to kind of see if we can negotiate further with utilities to see if we can get any deals. But unfortunately, utilities kind of have the leg up on that.
Okay. Your next budget that we are going to discuss is the self-insurance budget, which is on page 119. Self-insurance fund is small as far as the number of lines you're looking at here. Self-insurance fund is a fund that is set up so that you have coverage for claims that are not necessarily covered by some sort of other liability insurance policy that we have. The fund is supposed to run on the interest revenue that is generated from the investments for the self-insurance fund. Currently, the fund has about $2 million of principal in it. We have in past years eaten down the principal. In 2024, you raised it so that we have $2 million in here. We haven't had to get into the principal of that yet. And because the interest rates are fairly decent at the moment, even though they are trending on their way down very quickly, you have enough interest in here right now to be able to handle the premiums for the liability policies that we currently have in place. Yep.
I've mentioned before, and it's time to start to consider in this budget year, particularly with some of the things we're looking at now, a large majority of cities our size self-insure more liability than we do. In looking at it, there's a set of laws at the state level that favor us when you do that, with return to how claims are paid and things are done. Part of the reason that I advocated for raising the balance of your self-insurance fund was so that as we give it an administrative look and do cost-benefit analyses, we start to move towards taking on more components of our liability insurance ourselves, because with what's going on around the country, the number of large claims, the number of insurance companies that are flexing their muscles, and we're seeing tremendously large increases in a lot of areas. If we consider that, we may be able to incur a large portion of savings, and we used to do it. And I've talked to Mr. Forrester about that. He thinks it's something that it's definitely us worth considering long term. Also, it was mentioned somewhere recently that workers' comp. There was a time when we self-insured workers' comp. So self-insuring is not something new to us. It's something you and the administration has to prepare for, and you prepare for it by building the appropriate cash balances and reserves to do it, and then when you can incur the savings, do it. So that's something I want to put out there. It's not a simple thing, but we have the professionals and the resources around us to consider it, and it's time to consider it.
Okay. Any questions regarding self-insurance fund? Okay. Your next one that you have on the list is the treasurer's budget, which is on page 7. Treasurer's budget is the elected city treasurer. There is not much to her particular budget. Do you have any questions regarding it? Okay. Next budget would be the auditor's office budget. I do not have a fancy slide or anything else regarding this because the budget books are enough work as it is. I will tell you that our office is an entirely professional office. All of my people that are full-time in there all have at least a minimum of a 4-year accounting and or finance degree. I do have one that has a master's in forensic accounting with me. We are taking care of an awful lot of stuff. We are learning different things. We are trying to cross-train within our office. We've had quite a few big projects going on, but along with those big projects that we're trying to do, we're also having to do just normal work. The normal workload is constantly increasing by mandates that come down from the state or come down from the federal government, as well as any kind of special requests that may come from you, the administration, or anybody else.
What's your staffing number gonna be for 25?
Right now, we currently have 6 full-time people plus Jim. And I have 1 part-time person that comes in and literally just does things that I don't feel it's right to be paying high dollar amounts of money for filing things away or making copies or whatever else. I have another part-time person. So it is 6 full-time people plus Jim.
It's also interesting, and you probably don't realize, you pass a grant, it doesn't matter who administers it, we're involved in it. For example, HRPC's role, we're constantly working and checking the RLF fund, the grants that they're doing. We're coordinating some of the audit information, bringing things back. So it's not, although it's a staff of 6, as Ginger says, it's really larger than that in terms of the folks we have to work with to make sure the books are in order for the state audit. Compliance items are in order and the different things we're doing. And then, as she mentioned, special projects take up a much larger portion of the business day than they did 10 years ago, that's for sure.
If I may, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you. I know Jeremy, Rob, and I pester you all the time with questions or assistance or you telling us we messed something up and need to redo it. We really appreciate that work, and I know our departments really appreciate it, and it's you and your team do a wonderful job, and know that it is doesn't go unnoticed, even though we don't always appreciate it in the moment. We really do value, we really do appreciate the work you guys do and understand the difficult position you're in and making sure that we're doing compliance while we're all running 90 million miles. So we appreciate it.
All right. Does anybody have any questions regarding our budget?
Can I ask a real quick question, hopefully get a quick answer? What is a forensic accountant?
Someone who knows how to study and look for fraud type items, things that are irregularities, all sorts of different type of things having to do with unusual accounting activity.
Thank you.
Good description, Willow. Okay. Okay, we do have one more sheet to go over, and it is under your section called Financial Summaries. It is the very last sheet in there that is gold. I intentionally make it gold so it's easy to find. It looks like this. These are all the other things that are on the gray sheets that haven't been discussed some way, shape, or form tonight. It has to do with your debt services, your pension funds, your miscellaneous funds, and stuff like that. I will tell you that in the 30 years that I've been looking at this list and preparing this list, it is much shorter. It used to almost go to 2 pages because of all the debts you had out there. Your debt services have shrunk considerably. I'm not going to go down line by line on any one of these. Does anybody have any questions specific to any one of these lines?
Still debt-free by 2030, correct? 2033. Although you have an option to pay it off in 26.
If the interest rates go down enough that it is advantageous for us to go ahead, and they refer to it as refunding a bond. It's basically like refinancing your mortgage. If the interest rates go down enough where it's advantageous, where the cost of refunding can save us money, then we will take a look at doing so.
At last calculation, if we shoot for 2026, I believe the savings was about $450,000 in terms of interest costs. So it's significant. I'm sorry?
What would the cost be to pay it off?
So, just the cost of
Just
the
the
principal.
It's
Yeah,
very
no
similar.
fees.
It's a very similar.
I built it into it.
So I'd have
Yeah.
to add all those numbers up?
This is just 1 year.
Yeah, no.
This is just 1 year of debt payment on here. This is not all your years of debt payments.
Yeah. So when I sold the bonds, when I worked with bond counsel, put it together, I intentionally put a call in for 2026 so that we would have an option to sell those bonds early, or call them, excuse me, and pay them off.
So what's the total, I think is what.
Yeah,
I'm
I-
looking
Well, your
for.
debt, your debt section,
Thank you,
in your
Holly.
book, capital and debt,
Yeah, I can't.
has your total debt that's outstanding. So currently, it's just over 4 million across the board.
Okay.
So we're talking primarily about the capital improvement debt, so it'd be roughly in the $3 million area. I think it was 4 and change when I looked at it about a year and a half ago.
Okay.
But
All right.
yeah, it'll be significantly
Okay.
lower when we get to 26.
All right.
All right. Do you have any other questions? Okay, as of this point in time, I know I have only one change to a budget that will be made for ordinance 1, and that has to do with the airport that was discussed, as far as there'll be money be put in there for insurance costs. Is there anything else that you're aware of, that I'm not aware of, that needs to be increased?
Repeat that, please.
Is there anything else that you're aware of that I am not aware of or haven't told you that needs to be increased for ordinance 1?
My God, Ginger, if you're not aware of it, I don't know who you're talking to.
Hey, I've looked at these numbers enough now, I'm kind of tired of them. Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna put Ginger on the spot here in light of the earlier conversation. Should council choose to do a reduction in the budget, whether it be 3, 4, or 5%, how would you like to see that happen with regard to ordinance 1? Yeah, I know, I'm putting you on the spot.
Actually, I would prefer that you adopt ordinance 1 the way it sits right now, have further discussions, and do de-appropriations in 2025 if you so choose so. It might be easier to do it that way than try to, between now and the end of the year, scramble around with departments, try to figure out what you're gonna take away, whatever else.
Yeah.
You need to adopt a budget. You have to adopt a budget at the beginning of the year in order for us to operate. Otherwise, we essentially go into a government shutdown. So you have to adopt something. I do not want to see you adopt some sort of a temporary budget. If you adopt a temporary budget, I will probably resign because it is an awful lot of work, and that work all lands on my desk. I would rather see you adopt a budget and do de-appropriations as you see fit. You have to adopt a budget for the first council meeting of the year. If you do not, then we have all sorts of other problems that occur. I would prefer that if you're going to try doing something like that, take your time, think about it, talk to departments, give them a chance to talk to departments if that's what your intentions actually are, and do de-appropriations.
So, I'm sorry, Ginger, that if we did de-appropriations, can we send that through as one ordinance?
You can do it as one ordinance, you can do it as multiple ordinances, makes no difference to me.
Do you have to do it line item by line item then?
No, you do need, when you adopt your budgets, the reason why your budget book is presented to you and the way it's presented to you is you have to adopt ordinance 1 by fund, by department, and within that department, your legal level of adopting it is by personal services and other. That's the reason why you've seen everything be shown up as personal services and other. We give you all the detail of it. You do not have to go by detail. You can just give me how much is de-appropriated by personal services and how much is de-appropriated by other.
I see. Very good.
Oh,
Thank you.
two numbers, and they get distributed however.
No, you have to tell me by department.
Oh, by department.
It has to be by fund and by department. So kind of to give you a little bit of a primer here, because I've learned over time here that not everybody totally understands government accounting, and I'm the nerd here in the room. I've learned over time to try to explain this in a way that everybody kind of understands, so that you understand what the budgets you're looking at here. If you're going to try to do some sort of a reduction, you kind of need to look at it by fund. The way that I've been trying to explain fund accounting to people who are non-accountants so that they understand it is, everybody's familiar with baby pools, literally the wading pools that babies use. Okay, there is a baby pool for general fund, for street fund, for water fund, for sewer fund, for airport, for all these different funds that we've talked about tonight. There is a baby pool. In that baby pool, you all know the little sand buckets. And there's the fancy sand buckets that divide when you build a little castle, and actually makes like 2 little castles in the one bucket. Okay, each bucket in that pool, so if we look at the street fund pool, there is a sand bucket in there for the street department operations. There's a sand bucket in there then also for traffic signals operations. And what happens then next is those are the orgs. You have to adopt by the fund. You have to adopt by the orgs, the departments. Within those sand buckets then, on each side of the sand bucket, you have water balloons. Each one of these object codes that we keep talking about, whether it's salaries and wages, overtime, whatever it is, the personal services water balloons have to stay on one side of their bucket. The things that are considered other, repair maintenance of equipment, operation chemicals, whatever else, stays on the other side of the bucket. If one of those lines on one side of the bucket for let's use the personal services side, if for some reason their overtime, they're using up all their overtime, but they have it in one, maybe their call-out overtime line, they can take that water balloon and shrink one and make the other one bigger. They can stay on their own side of the bucket. They cannot take money from one side of the bucket to the other side of the bucket to inflate money. That takes an act of you guys adopting legislation through council to increase personal services or other or vice versa. They also can't take money or a water balloon out of, let's use the street fund still, they can't use a water balloon out of street department and move it to traffic signals without an act of council. They can't do anything. If they need an additional appropriation, it comes out of the money that's sitting in the bottom of that pool into one of their water balloons. You guys appropriate on things on personal services and other. Very rarely do you appropriate something via an object code. If you do that via object code, I can't let them move it. It has to be on personal services or other. Otherwise, I have to constantly watch something. So in that particular situation, because of the fact that you have to budget by fund, and we've had this discussion about chargebacks. If I use the street fund pool again as an example, it would be very inappropriate, even though it's still in the same fund, it would be very inappropriate for Dave Hunts to use somebody in, say, the street department and be having them work on traffic signals without doing a chargeback, because you guys have to adopt your budgets on fund, org, and then personal services and other. I have to keep track of it that way. I have to report it that way to all sorts of entities, including the federal government. So the chargebacks are very important between the different funds, because each fund, the money that's received, has to go to that fund by law. I talked about the gas tax money. Gas tax motor vehicle money has to go to the street fund. I cannot take that money and put it in the water fund by law. I also, when someone's paying their water bill or sewer bill, I can't take money that is a water bill amount and put it into the sewer fund. Can't do it. You guys can't even pass legislation that allows that to happen. The only fund that is allowed to contribute to another fund is general fund. So when we're talking about chargebacks and stuff like that, if they're using people from one place to another, they can do so, but they have to do the accounting work on the other side of it to make whatever fund they came from, or department even, whole, and then the charge ends up sitting then in the correct fund. So yes, it sounds like a little bit of a double accounting. I have no choice. This is the way government accounting standards work. And that's the way government fund accounting works too. It's very strange. It's not the same thing as like a private industry or your own personal budget, where you can just say, oh, you know what, I had money set aside for my roof this year. Instead, I'd rather go on vacation, or vice versa. We can't do that with government money. Government money cannot be intermingled. It has to be separated in their own little baby wading pools.
And to help you folks with the chargebacks, when we sat with Rob and Dave Hunts, the way he explained it was, if you're a doctor or an attorney's a great example. Attorneys have accounts, they have clients, and every client is billed for time. They're billed for the materials, they're billed for the copy machine, they're billed for the time and the consultation. That's the way engineering bills their time. They bill it to projects. So in talking with Dave, we explained his clients are the funds, they are the buckets, they are the balloons. And by him accounting for his time every day in that manner, we're able to make sure Ginger's complying with the law. So it sounds onerous, but it's not. And engineering's been doing it for years and years and years. So all we're doing is, Dave is now basically a professional, like the engineering firm or the engineering department is. He's treating his time just like a professional engineer, or again, an attorney or a doctor. It's being charged to the right place.
Don't they all do time cards?
It's not a time card issue.
It's not a time card issue.
It's an allocation. In other words, this morning, there was no snow, so maybe Dave was out supervising something that was going on with the crew doing, as he said, manhole. Yeah, and then later on he's doing snow. Those are two different
No, I understand
funds.
all that. Yeah,
so,
I understand.
yeah.
But so the employee does his job by just putting on his time card, he's doing a different
He has to-
charging a different fund.
Correct.
Right,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, just like engineering.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
just
okay,
like
so they're all
engineering.
doing time cards on wherever they're working that day. And then is there another step then? or is
They're
the-
not necessarily all doing time.
Yeah,
They're not necessarily all doing time cards based upon that. It has to be tracked by each department that's doing that stuff.
Yeah.
And then there is actually a journal entry process that we refer to as chargebacks.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
separate from that does the
Separate from
charging.
that. Okay.
We
All right.
can't take an employee. So again, if I use Dave Hans as an employee who is split amongst several different departments, we can't take an employee necessarily and take their time card and then say, okay, this day he's getting paid part of the day out of water, what part of the day out of sewer, part of the day out of this. Because then it makes it very difficult to budget for them. How do we budget for them? We have to budget for them fully someplace. Otherwise, we're going to miss a full employee somewhere. So they're paid for out of their home department, was what I'm going to refer to it as. And then if they've done work for another department, which is allowable to do, it gets charged somehow as an internal professional service.
And then the state contracted auditors or the state auditor's office requires us to show justification for those charges. In other words, we have to prove them out through the audit process.
This
And-
sounds like a lot
Oh, yeah.
It
of
is a
time, which is a
it
lot
is.
of cost.
Yes.
And with the chargebacks, and have you ever come across talking to other auditors or treasurers or
Yeah.
anybody, or other communities doing this type of thing? My biggest concern is just between funds, more than just between Dave or anybody being with Cemetery Street, sidewalk, whatever. The bigger picture for me is water fund, sewer fund, general fund.
From an
That's-
operational perspective, this is a very common practice.
Yes.
So
Yes.
in this practice, all the chargebacks and tracking are the responsibility of you?
No.
Or the
No.
responsibility
Home
of
department.
Dave?
Home departments.
So not necessarily Dave, it would be Beach, it would be.
Correct.
Stowful, it would be.
But just like when they're allocating the time of their other employees and looking at it, then they're going through and saying, and so one thing we want to point out, the object code in your budget, and I forget it off the top of my head, but it's 6, no, that's not 6, never mind, I'm not even gonna try. I'm not cool like Ginger. But, there is the chargeback code, so Dave Hahn's budget is all in public works, but it also is in streets, but it's also then allocated for the chargeback purposes in some of these other budgets. So general fund, there's over $200,000 just of chargebacks expense that are in there. So there are some numbers, and again, it's all valid, needed accounting activity, but it also is over
just being used
inflating a
lot-
little
yeah,
bit
it's being
as an
used
expense.
as a
For
primary
us-
instead of as an emergency, we're using it. Go ahead.
We'll accommodate the operations. We'll do what we need to do it, and hence, over time, the increase in the professional level of the staff that we have in my office, because the issues we're dealing with are more complex. So as things evolve, we have to be able to do it. But the idea is, if there's a situation, for example, if there's a situation that we can't do, or that is not proper to do, or our systems can't handle, then we notify the administration, this can't be done this way. It's either illegal or not possible, or our systems can't handle it, and then we work from there.
So on the budget, what it sounds like is we would like to adopt as is. The administration hears the message loud and clear that we need to, closely monitor and adjust throughout the year. I think what I would like to say is Q1, we can present to you guys kind of where things are at and work with our departments. If there are line items that they have spent down and think can be deappropriated, different things like that, we can certainly do so. Right, Councilwoman Christian?
So I guess my answer, that's not what I heard. So, I hear what Ginger's saying, and I'm all for alleviating a little bit of a headache for you, but I think the conversation of decreasing the budget for 2025 by 3.5% to 4% needs to move forward in the sense that we need to give you as city council a timeline. I don't want to go into the first quarter. I want us to have a decision, if we're going to do a deappropriation, that we're doing that within the month of January. And I think otherwise, I don't think we're making any changes or doing anything. I mean, I think we have to accommodate Ginger to a point, but we need to address the public on how we are addressing the budget, and I think we had a good idea without nitpicking. So I would like to have a date set in stone in January, that you have numbers to us at the beginning, and we take it to appropriations or committee of a whole.
Again, looking at past performances, I really think that we need to look at the other side of the coin, which is the revenues. I really think that if we can trust administration to do their job diligently with the budget presented like we have year over year in the past, and then take into consideration what the projections and the actual revenues are going to come in. We're going to manage this so we can work through this, to your point. If we get to a point we have to de-appropriate, fine, but trust the revenues are going to come in.
I think we trust you in the sense of you're telling us how much you're giving us back, and I think we're finding a happy medium by splitting it in half to try to have a little bit better as council control over the budget when we're looking at potential deficit spending for the next 2 years. So again, like Jeff said, we can always appropriate money down the road in the year if you need it. So I mean, I think we're on the same page, but I think we have to understand that council has a purse string here, that we need to have some accountability, and we're working with you by splitting in half.
On the
Christina,
revenue-
I want to get into this in terms of, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of doing it quickly. I would like to push your date slightly. I'd like to see us close the year, which we do by mid-January, so that the administration sees true final numbers for '24 on some of these things, and has a true number going forward. And also to the revenue issue, you don't want to go off revenues based on budget numbers. You want to go based on actuals, number one. And number two, there's some significant risk in your revenues right now, in that I used for income tax in particular on the business $6 million. That was Mary's number. We don't have a precedent for that $6 million. I had a hard time not adjusting it down to $5 million for this year and next year, but I felt there were other offsets possible there. And we're seeing reductions in revenue, for example, from the immigrant population permanently residing in the hotels. That's had a direct impact on our hotel motel tax, because once you live in a hotel for 30 days, you don't pay tax anymore on the room. So we have hotels that are paying almost zero tax right now. So there are a lot of other things going on with the revenues that are beyond the understanding of the administration, because they don't deal with them day in and day out, and they don't look at them. And I look at them line by line by line. So I do think, Mr. Wobser, your suggestion from my perspective as the person who does the revenues is reasonable, because even though I'm giving you what I believe is a realistic view of the revenues, I hope they come in higher. And I'm optimistic that they might. I've seen them go the other way, particularly with the fact that our revenues are in arrears, and 4% is a happy median. If we're 8% under, splitting the difference is not a bad thing. But we'll go step by step. And other than the anomalies, I want you to know my revenue projections are within 3 to 5% when you remove the anomalies from it. They're where they're supposed to be. And Mary has no way to tell me that she's going to receive $9 million in income tax windfall in a particular year, or $6 million in an income tax windfall in a particular year, like we received. So we have to be aware and have to be cautious. And it does incentivize the administration to go out there and aggressively get grant dollars. It incentivizes them, hopefully, to talk with economic development and say, we want a job that pays $60,000 or $70,000, not a warehouse job that's paying under $20 an hour. So there's a lot of things here that does for us if we put that revenue pressure on both sides. So you're not going to hurt my feelings, but in the end, I think you've offered a reasonable compromise.
The only thing I would add is that I agree with the auditor that we should look at actual revenue. And as you saw, the actual revenue trends have been favorable to our earlier comments.
And maybe at the end of January, we'll find an extra $2 million, and we won't be in the deficit getting into our reserve account
So I'm
at
okay
the end of
waiting till like
2026.
February kind of thing.
So I'm,
Yeah, no, okay.
and if
I'm
that's the
with
case, then we can relook at
I'm with
this.
you.
But until then, I guess, Mayor, what I would suggest is that, number one, I think we should have we'll have a vote of council on Tuesday, a week from today, to make sure everybody's on board with that. And if they are, then yes, we'll move forward with a 4%, whatever the vote is on Tuesday. But Rob, I'm with you on the income, but you can always come back to us and ask for more money. All we're doing is telling you cut down on the amount of padding you're putting into your budget. That's it, by half, because you always give us 8% back.
I'm with you.
Okay.
But we also sometimes get scrutinized for coming back for money at sometimes. We've been challenged.
We promise not to scrutinize.
No, we'll scrutinize the hell out of it, especially if it
we
needs
have,
to
we
be.
have been told in the past, why wasn't there forethought? Why wasn't this planned? So
Well,
that's
why
our
wasn't it
indication.
planned? Rob, you're okay. We're not going down that
Let's
path
go
right
home.
now.
No, the last thing I would say, though, is that there is flexibility within our departments to manage because things come up. We are running a city. This is not like, hey, we need a new vehicle. We are operating departments in the city, and yes, there is margin in there. And believe me, the department heads are gonna get the snot beat out of them every single week as we're watching their budgets, every single month when you get it. We are talking about this constantly. They understand the predicament this puts us in if they don't manage it effectively. So we will certainly look, and we will also communicate to further justify our understanding and critical eye on this as we go through. There are line items sometimes throughout the year that they know it has one expense coming out of it, and once that expense has happened, then it sits there. We will work to come back and de-appropriate throughout the year as appropriate. I don't think we need a motion to adjourn, but
Well, this meeting is scheduled to end at 9:20. It's 9:21, and I do motion to adjourn.
all right. Thank you all for your time. Really
All right.
appreciate it. As always, if you have other
Thank you.
questions, feel free to reach out.